Good morning. Apologies. For whatever reason, OBS started and then decided to crash. Why that was the case, I don't know. Alright. Well, chat. Artwork Studios. Good to see you. Welcome. Come into my office. We shall start the stream. We shall start it now. Good morning. Steven's free coffee tastes great. There's no free coffee to be had here, sir. No free coffee whatsoever. Good morning, good morning. We're back. We're back for more Code Coffee and Chat once again. Thanks for the 5 liters of coffee. Oh no. That's a lot of coffee, man. Be careful. That's a lot of coffee. Pin that guy. Let's make sure my Discord bot did its job. Okay. Yep, we're all square. Oh, and then we need to double check the members list. I'm making a game for someone. It's basically Secret Santa, but for game devs. Oh, that sounds fun. Is it going to be like all holiday themed? Gonna have like Christmas vibes to it? Sounds like a lot of fun. Yep, member list is up to date. Good deal. Alright, I think that's I think that was all. Oh, hold on, let me answer some of these YouTube comments. Okay. YouTube comments have been answered. And what else? I think that's it. Artwork Studios, let's see. It's not holiday themed. They will tell us a little bit about themselves and we make a game based on that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, that's not really what I think of when I think of Secret Santa, but sounds like it's a cool project. Sounds like it'll be keeping you busy for a little while. Admin of code, day 4, wonderful, and let's go to our repo and get things organized over there. over over chair. Also, I think I want to adjust my lighting. At some point, I need to get rid of the shadow that always gets cast over my face. Need to get like a key light or something. Let's see. Let's do early morning. Oh wow, that's really yellow. What about natural white? I think that's a little better. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. Day 4. My gifty likes horror and story-focused games, and he also likes Subnautica. So I'm making a game where you explore an underwater sea base and discover a zombie virus took out everyone in the base. Dude, that's such a good idea, man. You're creative, dude. Like like I don't think I could come up with that by myself, but I mean, that's super creative, dude. And it sounds like your gifty will really enjoy that. So, kudos to you, man. Kudos to you. I'm so jealous of people that are like uber creative, like people who can draw, people who can sing, people who can like do comedy stand up. I always just feel like I'm not clever enough, you know. But I know the honest truth is probably I haven't put in as much work or practice or time as probably they have to be as good as they are. But I really appreciate them for their talent. That's for sure. Let's see, feature solve day 4 part 1. Part uno. I'm only creative because I've watched a lot of people's creative processes. Thinking like them will help you be more creative. Dude, that's such great advice. That's such great advice, and that's such an encouraging way, right, to put it. It's not like, oh well, no, you're not creative. It's like, no, you can be creative. You just need to spend time doing it and maybe learning from others. But also remember the idea with bad execution is nothing. That's so true, man. Right? Everyone's got a fucking idea, but very few people do anything with it. Isn't that the truth? Everyone's got an idea. Okay, whoop. I want a directory. Let's see. 04, and then we'll do AOC download day 4. You know, I think when I opened problem 4, I think I saw a grid in there, and we have yet to have a grid all advent of code. And last year, there were grids everywhere, everywhere. But I think today's a grid problem. Yep. It looks like today is a grid problem. We haven't had one of these yet. Okay, copy. Excuse me. Excuse me. So we have our example, we have our input, we have our problem. Great. Let's make a main.go. Let's make a main test.go. Let's do package main, and then package main. Wonderful, wonderful. Right now, I will start grinding. Okay, man. I'm here for you. I'm rooting for you. Grind away, good sir. We will be over here getting caffeinated and trying to solve Advent of Code problems. That's what we shall be doing. Let's see, import testing. And we want to do function test solve part 1. And then we're going to do silence. Silence, Copilot. Silencio. I think that's how you say silence in Spanish. Silencio. Silence. Silence in Spanish.
Silencio.
Silencio. Silencio. Copilot. Let's see. Expected. I think he said the expected value is 13. The result is going to be equal to my solution. Solve part 1. We'll pass in example.txt. If the result does not equal expected, then we have a problem and we want to fail and we want to say trf. We got the result but wanted the expected. I will say Go from a formatted string perspective or an interpolated string perspective has nothing on C#. I mean, C#'s interpolated strings, chef's kiss. There's nothing wrong with Go's approach, but it's just, I mean, this is so error prone, right? Having to put the placeholders in the string and then make sure you put the variables in the right order. That's such, I mean, it's much less error prone in C# just to use interpolated strings. Who knows? Maybe in a future version of Go they'll bring that. Right now we need to implement a solve. We need to do function solve part 1. I prefer Avada Kedavra. Makes them silent forever. Dude, you're an evil wizard. That's so funny. Have you guys heard of the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, the video game? Is that the name of it? No, sorry, Hogwarts Legacy. That's the name of it. Hogwarts Legacy. So I bought this game 3 times. I bought this game on Steam for my wife, and I bought this game twice on Xbox for my both my sons. And they played the shit out of it for like a good 8-9 months. And it is so fun. And what's the best part about the game is you can sort of pick what path you're going to go down. Like, are you going to be a wizard that uses the unspeakable or the unusable curses or not, right? And like through the game, there's like a particular character in the game that sort of is trying to like lure you into learning or like doing things that are not super great. And like my wife was like, well, I'm not going to do the bad stuff. And then my youngest son was like, I'm definitely going to learn the killing curse. So I think I need to be on guard for the next few years. Keep an eye on the little one. There aren't many chatters currently, which is weird. Yeah, that's okay though. No, people don't have to chat, I don't chat much in the streams I watch. I mean, I do occasionally, but a lot of times I just want to be a part, Like I just want to hang out and enjoy the ambiance and listen to the conversation, follow along. Nothing wrong with that. That game looks good though, no Casio here. Yeah, the game is kind of expensive. I don't know what it goes for now. When it first came out, it was like a $60, $70 game. But I think it's one of those games, like if you like Harry Potter, if you fuck with that world, there's really, I mean, the only downside of that game is that me and my wife have talked about it. We wish it would be more open world. right? So that game has a lot of freedom. It does have some open world components, but we wish it was more like Skyrim. And then the other downside about it is that it does end. So like they haven't pushed like another DLC or like an extension of the original story. And that's what we're all at my house waiting for, is for like, we want to see new updates. Like at one point they were saying they were going to bring like a Quidditch DLC to it, which we were both really excited about, or we were all really excited about. But I don't think we've seen that land yet. Video games are hard though, you know? What the fuck is this method signature I wrote? This is what happens when you talk while you're trying to write code. There we go. And we could go test CMD 04. Ooh, Skyrim. Arvin said I committed a sin by not playing it. Steven, oh yeah, I joined your streams a lot. Creator, what? I've never seen you before. No, yeah, I hang out in Tim the Tapman stream basically every day. Basically, that guy gets me through my work days. I also hang out in the Primogen stream quite a bit. There's a guy that I really enjoy watching stream named Adam Giannis. He's like a game dev and designer. He'd probably be actually Artwork Studios. You would actually probably enjoy his streams. The problem for me with his streams is that he's in the UK, and so when he goes live, it's like the end of my night, basically. So sometimes I'll stay up and watch him for a bit. Adam C. Giannis. I found him because he was on the Primogen's tower defense streams. But he's basically like a exceptionally gifted artist and a really good developer, and so it's a lot of fun watching him work on his stuff. But I really think someone like you, Artwork Studios, with your particular like interests and bents, would probably enjoy his stuff. So I'll just paste that in there. I don't know if his stream schedule works out for you, but like look at his art, like it's so good. Whoops, that's not gonna be. You guys aren't gonna be able to see that. Where is it? I've not played any of his games, but look at that art. Like, isn't that great? I'm so impressed by stuff like that. He can make music for his games too. Yeah, super chill guy. But yeah, I don't like chat a terrible ton in any of those guys' streams. But I love hanging out after streams, you know. Good morning, Clay. How are you, man? Good to see you. It's been a minute, dude. I haven't seen you around the YouTubes for... God, it's been... I mean, you were here yesterday. I saw you there towards the end of the day, but it's been a long time since I've seen you around. I hope life is treating you well. Okay, did my test work? No, undefined solution. Oh, that's because I need to import it. Solution. I wonder, can this do... Solve. Nope. Okay, so we have to name this solution. GitHub.com/Stephen Freeborn /advent of code 2025. What do we call this? CMD 04, I think is what, yeah, there we go. 6K subs is crazy, dude. I know when that number for whatever reason keeps going up, and I'm just left thinking, what is happening? I am a 32-year-old father of two who is not particularly good looking, who is not particularly smart, and yet people keep subscribing to my YouTube channel. But I think what's happening is I think my brother has paid like a bot farm, and I think that he has like a long running practical joke, kind of like Jim on The Office, and he is just spending an inordinate amount of money to have this bot farm generate subs. for my channel so that I'll be excited about it. And then the first time like I mention it to him, he's gonna then pull all the Inma. Thanks for subbing it. And then at the last minute after I say something about it to him, he's gonna like pull all the bots, and my subscriber count's gonna go back to like 21. And then he's gonna be able to laugh in my face and be like, "Dude, you thought you were getting popular on YouTube, but no, you're not. I was just botting you." Because there's no way there's 6,000 people who want to listen to me talk. I mean, if there really are 6,000 people, that's crazy. But I think it's a long-running practical joke. Steven still says he's a small YouTuber too. I am, yeah, I am a small one, very, very tiny one. Oh, hey, Kels. What are you doing up? It's so early. If not, you wouldn't have married Steven. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that is true. Like if you think you're ugly and then but your partner still married you, then that's, you know. So I guess you can take solace in that. Rampla, don't think so. I know, but I remember when he was on 500 and he grew bigger in like half a year. Man, my channel, like I've said this several times before. My oldest video on this channel goes back, I think, 8 or 10 years, and up until January of 2025, I had like 20 subs. You know, and the only thing that really changed was I started making some content around programming and coding. But like I've been interested in programming and coding for 4 years, I just haven't ever made any content around it. I guess I also started streaming too. I think streaming for me was the big differentiator. I don't know why, but I think if I had just kept posting horizontal videos for the last year, I don't think my channel would have grown. I think there is something to be said about not fighting the algorithm. Like YouTube very clearly is pushing two things. YouTube is pushing live vertical video and just vertical video period. For whatever reason, as a business, I think as a response probably to TikTok, they want creators who are going to make those things. So, unfortunately, because if I could get away, if I could, I would make way more horizontal videos, but I just don't see the value in making horizontal videos that get like 20 views when I can make a vertical video that gets 1,000. It just doesn't seem. And horizontal videos take way longer, way more time. Artwork shows you're just not your type, Steven. Good point. Good point. Oh wait, Steven, maybe that AI bot that always randomly shows up is actually your brother's bot farm chatting. Yeah, exactly. See, Allie, it's Allie the AI. Yeah, man, that's a very interesting account. That account has been following me around YouTube, commenting on my stuff, and very positive, very nice, not trollish at all. And they even signed up to be a member of my channel yesterday. So it's very interesting. It's like they're very committed to the AI shtick, but I don't think it's a real bot. I think it's an actual human being pretending to be a bot, which is I mean, if that doesn't sum up the internet, I don't know what does. All right, time for the puzzle. Here we go. We are on day 4, part uno. Is Evan or Gandalf been around? I have not seen Evan in a long time. I have not seen Gandalf in a long time. I also haven't seen, there's another guy that used to hang out in my streams in the early days. Well, there's 2 people that used to hang out in my streams in the early days this year. Early days. I say like I've been doing this for like 20 years. I think his handle was Kajani Adventures. He was like a teenager from from Finland, I think. I haven't seen him around. And then Boston Sports Cards, which was also like a teenager. So I don't know. I think they were random people who somehow showed up in my stream because of the shorts algorithm, but I don't think my content or my channel really was up their alley, so to speak. I think that happens. Sometimes you get viewers that they just happen to be there because they were there, but not necessarily it's their kind of cup of tea. Oh wait, I just realized that my that name stands for ally. Yeah, I know. It's a pun, a play on words. Good morning, Melty. How are you? All right, time to jump into the puzzle. Here we go. You ride the escalator down to the printing department. They're clearly getting ready for Christmas. They have lots of large rolls of paper everywhere, and there's even a massive printer in the corner to handle the really big print jobs. Decorating here will be easy. They can make their own decorations. Wonderful. That's actually decorating. We are going to hang our ornaments on our Christmas tree today. That's one of our plans. I also need to get my son a basketball. I don't know why that jumped into my mind, but it did, and I felt like sharing it. What you really need is a way to get further into the North Pole base while the elevators are offline. Actually, maybe we can help with that, one of the elves replies when you ask for help. We're pretty sure there's a cafeteria on the other side of the back wall. If we could break through the wall, you'd be able to keep moving. It's too bad all of our forklifts are so busy moving those big rolls of paper around. If you can optimize the work the forklifts are doing, maybe they could have time to spare to break through the wall. Oh, optimize. All right, what are we doing? Is this going to be like a path algorithm or something? The rolls of paper are arranged on a large grid. The elves even have a helpful diagram, your puzzle input, indicating where everything is located. For example, the forklifts can only access a roll of paper if there are fewer than 4 rolls of paper in the 8 adjacent positions. 8 adjacent, how do they get 8? So if I'm, oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now I see it. If you can figure out which rolls of paper the forklifts can access, they'll spend less time looking and more time breaking down the wall to the cafeteria. In this example, there are 13 rolls of paper that can be accessed by a forklift. Consider your complete diagram of the paper roll locations. How many rolls of paper can be accessed by a forklift? He said optimize, but I think this is actually like a super straightforward problem. Like, I mean, that's famous last words when it comes to advent of code, but I think this is just a loop with checks at every spot. So I think all we have to do is like, here's our forklift. I don't know why I chose the forklift to be a circle. And then here's the 8 spots around it, right? Also, the tool that I'm using right now is called a ScalaDraw. If you've never heard of it, it's a wonderful tool. It's actually open source, and you can self-host it if you don't want to use their cloud option. I'm not sponsored by them, but I use it all the time, so I feel like I should give them a shout out. So I think all we have to do is we basically just say, well, let's say there's a toilet paper roll here. Why did I say toilet paper? Let's say this has nothing to do with toilet paper. Rolls of paper. So let's say this. What's wrong with me? How do I erase this? Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's say this is a roll of paper here, and a roll of paper here, and let's say a roll of paper here. So what we need to do is at each spot, Perdita, I think is how you say your name. Sorry, I saw your subscription, but the name was so long it ran off my screen. I guess I need to fix that. In Stream Elements, probably need to make that alert a little smaller. but I can get your actual name from my activity feed. Pramudhita. Pramudhita, I think is how you say your name. Thank you for the sub. I very much appreciate that. It's very kind. Yeah, so I think this is very easy. We just say, we go through and we say, okay, is there a roll of paper here? Nope, that's green, that's green, that's green, that's green, that's green. And then there is, got one there, got one there, got one there. So this would be a total of 3, right? And 3 is less than 4. Oops. 3 is less than 4, and 4 is our threshold. So this would get included in our count. Yep. I think that's all. I think that's all we have to do. Excuse me. I'm doing well. Any way I can show off a code pin for what I've been working on? It's festive and fun. For sure, Melty. The best way to probably share stuff with me is in Discord. Probably in the projects channel. That's probably, Melty, the best way. I would be happy to take a look at it, though. And I'm sure other people in my Discord would love to see it as well. Good morning, Shudo. Thanks for being a member, man. I appreciate you. How's it going, Steven? Did you ever have to take differential geometry? I have a course over the summer to try to take it a little bit early, but I'm not sure how it'll go rushing through. Yeah, I've never taken, I don't think, differential geometry. I'd never even heard of that course. I remember a course in college people used to talk a lot about who were math and physics majors called differential equations, but I never had to take that course. The highest math class I ever had to take in college was calculus. That was the highest. I had to take calculus and like a physics-based or a calculus-based physics class, and those were the highest level math I really ever had to do. Ducky Dev, it's my birthday today. Also Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. Is it Pearl Harbor? Well, first, happy birthday, but I thought that was... Oh, yep. I thought it was the 8th, but yep, you're right. It's day 7. Yeah, it is. A day that'll live in infamy. Yeah, indeed, what my wife said. Happy birthday, Ducky Dev. I recognize the name Artwork Studios, but I don't remember him or her. Oh, never mind. You guys are talking to each other. All right, one moment. I'll send it. Yeah, send it through, man. We'll happily take a look. All right, so I think today's puzzle is gonna be. No, I'm not even gonna say it because I'm gonna jinx myself. But I think it's. I think I understand. I understand what I'm supposed to do. So let's go ahead and do this. Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna represent the grid with a map. So let's see. We're gonna say, give me my input, and we're gonna do file dot read all. Oh, whoops, hold on. I actually need to get checkout main. I need to get pull because I actually added a method to my file module yesterday, but it wasn't on this machine. It was on my other computer. And then we're gonna get check out my branch. We're gonna get check out this guy, and then we'll just rebase this on top of main. There we go. And we'll push that up. Fantastic. So now we should have a method called read all lines, which is what we want. And then I'm gonna say number of rows is going to be equals Copilot. Silencio, Copilot. Silencio. I really should come up with like an alias, like a Lua command, instead of having to type, instead of down here, I don't know if you guys can even see this with chat being up on your screens, but instead of having to type, here, I can fix that. Instead of me having to type Copilot disable like this, I should create some sort of command that's like silencio. Or we could do what our Artwork Studios had to do and do our, what is it? Avada, some, I don't even know how to spell it. We should come up with more fun commands like that. I'll do input. So that's the number of rows, and then the number of columns is equal to length of the first line. That's our assumption. They all should have equal length. And now we'll just start looping over this and building our grid. I think we can actually, we might be able to do this in actually a single loop, right? No. Because we have to check all the directions. No, I think we can do this in a single loop. So if we did for row, and row is equal to 0, and row is less than number of rows, and then we increment row. Hold on, actually, can't this be, yeah, I was gonna say, can't we range over the numbers? Whoops. Let's see. Hey, it's Jaber. Hello, Jaber. Do you post TikTok/Reels as well, or just YouTube Shorts? Yeah, mostly just YouTube at the moment. I haven't really focused or spent much time on any other platforms just because the engagement over there hasn't been all that great. So I've really just been doing what I do over here on YouTube, and that's about it. Good morning, Two-Man Army. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, I just sent it in the projects. I don't know if you have experience with 3D stuff, but figuring out the logic and math to get positional/aspect ratio to translate with the exports across resolutions was really tough. There's still plenty of bugs. Oh, no worries, dude. Yeah, don't be so critical of yourself. I'm sure the math, I mean, anything that has to do with like 3D or dimensional, anything that has to do with calculating positions, absolute and relative positions, yeah, that's where the math becomes a part of programming for sure. It's designed to have a completely transparent background so that streamers can use it as an overlay. Oh, very cool. Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check it out for sure. Thank you for sharing it. Oh, my wife is so helpful. She's kind. I'm watching a 4-year-old tutorial I watched 10 times already just because it's so useful. Bookmark it, man, you know? I mean, there's a blog post on DigitalOcean that has to do with getting certificates using Certbot that I basically revisit probably once a quarter. And if it ever goes away, I'll be really sad. Yeah, it's good to have good helpful references like that. Clay, I've been trying to start coding, but I don't know where to start. You know anything to help? Clay, you know, I mean, chat, you guys know what my answer is going to be, right? It's going to be free code camp. Yeah, just go to freecodecamp.org. and go. You know, that's the place to get started. I really like Free Code Camp because their curriculum is well structured. They have a really tight feedback back loop early on, so you're gonna be able to see what you're learning really quickly. Like the feedback between what you don't know and now what you do know is very, very short, which I think is really important to keep you motivated and engaged. They'll help you get a local dev environment set up when it's time to do that. Yeah, this is where I would start, because there's so much in tech, there's so much in programming, so much in coding. There's just so many options that having a roadmap helps kind of allow you to just focus on what you're trying to learn and not worry so much about everything else going on kind of peripherally around you. And then the other wonderful thing about Free Code Camp is they have a very active Discord and they have a very active community forum. So if you ever need help or you're stuck or you just want to kind of get other people's ideas, there's always somebody here that can help you and is willing to help you and is kind. And it's not, their community on their forum is not like Stack Overflow. It's much more like a group of people who understand that you're trying to learn and they want to help you learn, which is really important. They don't make you feel stupid for asking questions. They're not going to give you the answer. They're going to help try to lead you to the answer or to the solution. But super, that's where I send everybody. Hey, it's Jabir. How do you have your stream set up with YouTube? Got something special set up in OBS? Hey, good morning, Stefan. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being a member. Stefan is our longest. Stefan is probably the longest attending viewer of the stream, and he is definitely our longest member. our most prestigious member. Jabir, I have nothing special set up in OBS. I schedule a stream on YouTube, and then OBS can authenticate with YouTube, and then you just select the stream from a little interface in YouTube, and it starts sending your canvas or your scene that you have currently selected up to YouTube. So nothing fancy. And my setup's not that fancy. I have two old 27-inch Samsung monitors. Probably the most fancy thing I have is this computer, this small little mini PC that I bought this year because I got tired of my computer. I got tired of not being able to use Docker and stream at the same time because I didn't have enough RAM memory. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty simple. My mic is a 10-year-old mic. It's older than my oldest son. Like it cost me $50. I mean, all the stuff I have, I basically collected over time. And it does the job. So yeah, nothing fancy. I assume it's just some advanced mask shape filters and ADEM. What are you guys talking about? Fire, okay. I do want to get into streaming my side projects. Yeah, dude, go for it, man. I mean, go for it. Start today. Start the next time. The next time you sit down to work on a side project, just turn the camera on. And it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Like your first stream. I mean, I streamed for like 3 months to like 0 people. So even if the first stream isn't perfect, it really doesn't matter because you're probably not going to have a crap ton of people there anyway. So use your first few streams as a chance to like experiment with your setup and sort it out and have fun with it. But yeah, go for it, dude. Alright, now we need 4 column. Range over number of columns. So I think we can do all our logic basically here. Melty. Adium Vertical. Do you use Adium Vertical? It's an OBS plugin commonly used for vertical format streams. I haven't tried that plugin. I tried another one. I tried another plugin when people wanted me to try dual streaming, right? So people were kind of after me to have like a vertical stream and a horizontal one. And so I installed a plugin that let me have basically two different scenes pumped out of OBS at the same time to two different streams on YouTube, like physically or digitally different streams. And that crushed my network bandwidth, so I just stopped doing that. And now I don't. But as far as like my vertical stream, I don't use any plugin. I just set my base canvas to that size. Like I just basically take the horizontal one or the horizontal and just flip it on the base canvas settings in OBS and rock and roll. Just backed up with school and work. I work at 2 startups and work weekends while doing school, so I get discouraged to start. But even if it's for an hour, that's an hour. Yeah, exactly. That's how you should look at it, man. First off, it sounds like you are super busy. So if you don't stream, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, I mean, any amount, right? If you want to do it and you got some time between all that shit you got going on to work on a side project, just flip the camera on. Yeah, I always like Tim Ferriss has this saying where he has this question that he'll ask himself, and he says it in his podcast intro a lot, where he basically asks the question, what would this look like if it were easy? And I think that's a really good place to start. Whenever you're wanting to do something and maybe it feels insurmountable, or maybe you're spending a lot of time thinking about like, okay, I need XYZ thing to do XYZ thing. Maybe take a step back and just ask yourself that question, like, what would it look like if it was easy to stream every day, right? And what would that look like? And then start there. Start with whatever's easiest, and then you can increase complexity, right? Or increase difficulty. So, but I would encourage you to do it, man. Go for it. If it's something you want to do, go for it. 199. Picked up another book as I'm on the project sections of the book, and I'm currently there's not that much left to go. Well, fantastic, man. Keep going. Glad you found a good book. Melty. Oh, that makes sense. I haven't ever messed with only streaming vertical, so that makes sense that you don't need that. Yeah, if you don't want multiple outputs, then you can just set the base canvas. So I have two different profiles in OBS. One is for vertical, one's for horizontal, and I just flip between those profiles to change the canvas size. Apparently, and this is the rumor going around the YouTubes, is that apparently there is a feature coming in YouTube that's going to allow you to do, basically, me as the creator, I can send up one, what would that be, one video feed to YouTube, and YouTube will let me have two different scenes, one for vertical users and one for horizontal users. However, the people that do have access to this feature haven't told me, but have been saying in the videos where they talk about it, that if you use it, your vertical video doesn't show up in the shorts feed, which to me then defeats the purpose. So I don't know. I'm going to keep streaming vertically for the foreseeable future. I've had an idea about maybe using Restream to stream vertically and then maybe push a horizontal stream to like Twitch and then tell people, hey, if you want a horizontal stream, go over to Twitch, right? But I haven't taken action on that yet. Gandalf might have died because he was telling us his wife took his baby and his life is bad or something like that. I remember all that. Yeah, I remember all that. I don't know. It got weird. Gandalf was really cool, and then it got weird, and now I never seen him again. So hopefully he's doing okay. Ooh, new PC. I'm excited for you. I'd love to have a new PC. Although I don't think my wife would be excited about that. We have more computers in our house than we do people at this point. Linux, Docker, Kubernetes, stolen server hardware from work. You stole. Hopefully you didn't actually steal it. Hopefully you just kind of took it off. Like maybe they weren't using it and you just kind of borrowed it. I don't know, long term. Good morning, Scumble. First time I've seen you in the chat. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, Stefan. Lurk away, man. I hope you're doing well. It's nice to know you're here. Wise words. I don't know. I'm just in a weird place where I overemployed myself. But by the time I graduate, I'll have more options post grad, full time offers wise. Dude, you're killing it, man. It sounds like you're doing wonderful. Keep doing what you want to do. I shan't. YouTube channels or books for LLM architecture and concepts for writing training loops and tokenizers. The only real resource that I've used myself that would be anywhere near that topic is this book by this guy named Sebastian Roshka. It came out last year, I think, or maybe the year before. So it might be kind of dated now, just given how fast that space moves. It's called Build a Large Language Model. It's pretty good. Some of it is a little like I don't have a formal background in machine learning, so some of the math. There's a lot of linear algebra in here, a lot of matrix multiplication. It's understandable, but some of the intuition around it is probably... No, this came out in 2025, so it came out this year, but given how fast the space moves. So you might enjoy that book. Other than that, I've heard really good things about people who follow... What was that guy's name? He used to work for OpenAI, and he just released NanoChat. What was his name? You guys know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah, Karpathy. I don't know how you say his name. I think his first name's Andre, or... Yeah, people have said really, really good things about he's made some YouTube videos about this. So maybe you want to go check out his YouTube channel. But that's just not really my area of study, at least at the moment. So I don't have a ton of resources to help you. Yeah, this guy right here. So maybe his YouTube would be helpful there. That's his YouTube channel. And then this was the book I mentioned. It's a little pricey, but in my opinion, it was worth it. There you go. There's the book. So hopefully you find that useful. Kelsey, go for it, babe. I appreciate that, honey. I appreciate that you encourage my PC obsession, but there are too many computers. We already have too many computers. They were throwing it away, so I just took it. Yeah, man. Why let it end up in the trash? Might as well put it to use. Stefan, by the way, nice 3 things I like about GoVid. Oh, thanks, Stefan. I appreciate that. Yeah, I felt like I needed to kind of get that out of my brain before I left my Go era. But thanks, man. I appreciate you watching it. Very kind of you. I'm not going to chat much because I'm focusing too hard on this game. That's totally fine. I probably need to focus on this problem, so we can both not chat as much for a little bit here. Okay. So what do we want to do? Well, the first thing we want to do is we want to get the value. And the value is going to be our input at row, at column, like this. Row. And this is going to be a rune, I think. No, a byte. So we're going to have to cast that to a string, like this. And we'll just print that, make sure we're getting what we'd expect. We should see a bunch of dots and a bunch of @ symbols. If we did it right. This is taking a minute to run. Yep, there we go. Dots and ats. Wonderful. Kelsey, facts. Yeah, facts indeed. Honey, you're gonna be tired. You're up early. Went to bed late. Woke up early. We have to put ornaments on the tree today. But I appreciate you hanging out with me. Or in my stream. You can always come down here if you want. I mean, there's not really anywhere for you to sit in the office, but you can always come down here and hang out if you want. I'm sure the bed is cozier. I appreciate that sub. I don't know how to say your name. Simon, thank you very much for subbing. I appreciate that. Very kind, guys. Milty, I went to bed early and woke up early. Well, yeah, going to bed early and waking up early is good, but going to bed late and waking up early, that's, I mean, it's not that that's bad, it's just, you're kind of asking for it, right? Let's do paper roll character is going to be equal to an @ sign. And then const. What do we call the empty spaces? Do we just call those empty spaces? Clay, Steven with the Riz. Yeah, I mean, hey, even when you're married, you gotta keep the Riz alive. Kelsey, for me, it's not great though. Yeah. Yeah, not good to burn the candle at both ends. I think we just call these empty spots. So let's just call them empty character. And this is a period, like that. I gotta blow my nose, 1 sec. Nah, instead of empty space, make it something super convoluted. Okay, we could make it something super convoluted. We could call it string that represents void in I'm guessing we're in a warehouse, in warehouse where forklift can access paper roll. How about that? Is that convoluted enough? It's actually though, it's okay, don't make fun of me because I do name things like that sometimes, okay? Alright, so we basically want to say if the value equals a empty, or no, equals a paper roll character, we can continue. We don't care about this spot. We only care about empty spots. So then if we format dot print line the value, we should only see periods being printed when we run this now. Yep, that's what we want. So what we're gonna do is add each of the spots. We need to look through the directions, and we need to see, okay, is there a paper towel roll here? Is there paper? Why do I keep saying paper towel roll? Is there a roll of paper here? A roll of paper here? A roll of paper here? And if there is, I need to count it. And then if the value is greater than 4, right? Then I add it to the total count. fewer than 4. So it's got to be less than 4. So let's create some directions. How do we want to do this? I think we just want like, I'm going to have a type called struct. Sorry, not called struct, a type called direction, which is a struct. And this is going to have, I'm actually going to call this move. We're going to call this number of rows. And this is going to be number of columns. That. See our Artwork Studios, have fun with your game, man. Good luck. Oh, you're going to eat dinner. Have a good dinner, man. And also good luck with your game. Good luck with both. What's up, Dylan? Hey, yo, man. Hope everything's going well. Good to see you, Dylan. Yeah, things are going well, dude. I'm healthy. My wife's healthy. My kids are healthy. It's the holiday season. I've got some coffee here. I've got some orange slices that I'm eating. There's nothing to complain about in this part of the world. All right, so we need how many moves do we need? We need quite a few moves. So we need var directions is going to be a slice of move. Or can I do that? And so in here, I will have a move. And this move will have number of rows. I think I'd actually like, I think it would be nice to be able to address these as like const. Yeah, const. This can actually be private, and then const moves. How do I define more than one? It's like that. So up equals a move, and the number of rows is going to be equal to -1, because we're up is, since our grid starts on the top left, up is minus a row. And then number of columns should be 0. Oh. Do like bar. There we go. And then we'll just do the same thing for down. Only down is going to be positive. Then we'll do one for right. And right, this is going to be 0. This is going to be, right is +1, left is -1. -1, and then now we need to do the combination of all these. So if we move up, maybe I just want to say upright, I guess. This will be still -1, and then since we're going right, it's +1. And then up left is -1, and then left is -1, like that. And down right is +1, and so yeah, down 1, and then +1 over, and then down left is, again, +1 down and then -1. So those are all the possible directions, and then I will have another variable here that I'll call moves, which will be a slice of move like this, and then we'll just put all our moves in here. That way we can iterate. And then after we solve this, we'll probably also extract this to a reusable module, because this, I don't know, with 12 days of Advent, or with only 12 puzzles this year, I'm not actually sure how many grids we're going to see. But if we do see another grid, we're probably going to want something like this to work with it. Okay, so now we have all our moves. And then down here, we can loop over our moves. So now we have 3 loops, which is not great, but we can say for_move range over moves, right? And then let's also keep track of number of paper rolls equals 0. Dill Masters, hell yeah, dude, you're right, man. I mean, it's all icing on the cake. If you're healthy and your family's healthy, I mean, it's all icing on the cake after that. Hey, it's Jaber's just sent you a connect on LinkedIn. Nice, yeah. And for anybody else who wants to creep on my professional history, you can just go to linkedin.stephenfreeborn.com, and you're welcome to connect with me over there. Happy to meet other people that are Born to Shine. Good morning. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being a member. Very much appreciate you. Let me check my LinkedIn real quick. All right, dude. I accepted. Okay. So what do we do here? So what we do here is for every move, right? We're gonna check our next, or our neighbor. So our neighbor, we have to calculate neighbor row, and then we also have to calculate neighbor column, right? So this will be wherever we currently are. So this will be the current. Omar, thanks for subbing, I appreciate it. Wherever we currently are, whatever current column we are, right? Plus the move dot number of columns. And then this will be whatever row we are plus the move dot number of rows. Now, we can't just blindly. Why is this complaining? Number of column. There we go. We can't just blindly go to this location because it could be off the map. So we're going to need to check and see. Oh, really? Let me check that link. My wife just sent me a text that said my Discord link has expired. Which is totally possible. Let me double check my invite links. I'm gonna try to fix it, Kels, if I can. Whoops. How do I create there? I was like, how do I create a new window in Zen? Also born to shine. I'm doing well. I think I answered your question, but I'm doing well. Nothing to complain about over here. So discord.stephenfreeborn.com. If that link is expired, I'll have to go and update my. Huh, that's weird. That's weird. See if that fixes it. Melty, Steven locked the fuck in right now. Well, no, my wife sent me a text and said that my Discord link wasn't working, so I was trying to figure out what may have been the problem there. But yeah, we were focused. We're almost there with this problem. It's not. This is actually a pretty straightforward puzzle that we've done a bunch of times. We did it a bunch of times while we were practicing for Advent of Code this year. So basically, what we need to do is we need to make sure this isn't off the grid. So if the neighbor row is greater than the number of rows minus 1, right? Because the number of rows is 10, but the only valid index is 9. So if it's greater than that, or the number of rows is less than 0, well, we don't want to visit that neighbor, because that neighbor doesn't exist on the grid. Is wifey watching? Hi, Stevens. Yeah, Kelsey, the person that you see right above your name, Kelsey Freeborn. That's my wife. Yeah, yep, what you just said. 1 second, honey. Okay, everyone's got it. I'm getting ready to let Kelsey into our Discord, so everyone has to be on their best behavior now. her Discord application said, "Why do you want to join the server?" And it said, "I am your wife." That's so funny. Let's see. Okay, neighbor column is greater than number of columns minus 1, or number. Oh, not number. It should be neighbor. If neighbor column is less than 0. This is a oopsies on my part. This should be neighbor column. So basically, if it's off the grid, just continue. We don't even need to make that move. However, now we know this is a valid place that we can move to on the grid, which means now we want to figure out what the value is at that particular spot. So what we'll do is we'll say neighbor value is going to equal the input at that particular neighbor row, at that particular neighbor column, and we're going to cast this to a string. And then what we want to do is we want to say, hey, is the neighbor value a roll of paper? So if the neighbor value, oh, actually I'm going to invert this. I'm going to say if the neighbor value does not equal a roll of paper, a paper roll character, then we can continue. Otherwise, we're going to increment the number of paper rolls. Okay, so then after we make all of our moves, right? After we make all of our moves, we're then going to check if the number of paper rolls is less than 4, then we can increment our total, which we don't have yet. But we can say total, that, and then we can return the total. So just to recap, again, what our algorithm is doing is all we're doing is we're basically looking at every spot in the grid, but we only care about spots, which, yeah, I'm actually going to change this logic that says if the value does not equal an empty character, then continue, because we don't care about that spot. But for every empty character, we're basically going to run this algorithm that I drew over in Excalidraw here, where we're going to say, okay, we're here, we're at an empty spot. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look at every spot from up and to the left, up and to the right, to the left, to the right, down and to the left, down, and then down to the right. And we're going to check to see, is there a roll of paper there in each of those spots? Now, every time we find one, we're going to increment a counter. If after we check all the spots, there was less than 4 rolls of paper next to us, right? Then we can add that to our total. So let's see if we got the right answer. imix2md, what are you doing and what's the language? Well, imix2md, we are solving additive code, so there's a pinned comment if you want to see what we're doing. We're drinking coffee, we're talking tech, and we're writing code. But specifically what we're writing code about is solving advent of code. So if you're not familiar with advent of code, I'll link you to the website. It's essentially like holiday themed leak code problems, basically. And yeah, that's what we're doing. And we'll probably do some other stuff. This probably won't take us all stream, but that's how we're starting the stream. Did you make your own NeoVim config, or do you use some pre-configured NeoVim? So largely my config was built from scratch, but it was built with a lot of help from a course by a YouTuber named Typecraft. So if you don't know who he is, you should definitely go and subscribe to his channel. Typecraft. He's seems like a really cool guy. I think he's a Ruby on Rails developer, is kind of what he does as his day job, but he makes some really fun content here on the YouTubes. So what was your name? @Scrumble. So go follow him, and then you don't have to, but if you wanted to. And then the course that I followed, this was the course. I watched this course literally. I watched all these videos in one night while I was laying in bed, and this convinced me to finally take a shot at actually using NeoVim, because I had been watching the Primeagen use NeoVim for like 2 years, and every time I saw it I thought, man, that looks like so much fun to edit text in. But I was really concerned that I couldn't get a debugger or a test runner set up in it. And so then watching this series of videos, I was like, okay, I think this is a viable option to VS Code. And that I took the plunge the next day. I went through all these courses. He gets you kind of set up with like a base of a configuration, and then over the last 6 months or so, I've kind of modified it as needed to suit my stuff. There is some stuff in these videos that are kind of, they're not dated, but there's been some recent changes, particularly in the language server setup. The language server setup that he shows in these videos is now deprecated. But there's lots of instructions online about how to move from the deprecated version to the current supported version. It's very good. Steven, do you know what 6-7 is? It's making me crazy. All I know about 6-7 is it's something my kids say, and it makes them very happy to say it, so more power to them. Melty, what is the point of the center? Just to give the problem abstraction? I don't know. I think I missed maybe what you were talking about. Oh, also, IXM2D, we are solving advents of code with Go this year, is what we're doing. Is the language we're using. Melty, don't go down the rabbit hole. Scrumble, I just swapped to Vim motions and I really like your NeoVim setup. I use Zed and also have been laying in bed watching NeoVim vids. Yeah, that's what convinced me. I mean, I just been seeing work. I tried Zed, that didn't really stick with me. That was after my NeoVim transition, but I still love VS Code. I still love Visual Studio. I like Writer. I enjoy NeoVim. The biggest thing I've taken away from using NeoVim has been I really enjoy Vim motions, and that. So I don't know if I'll always be a NeoVim user, but I'll always be a Vim motions user. I can say that pretty confidently. Um, if you're new here, I don't know, Scrumble, you might not be that new here, but my take on tools and editors and stuff is very vanilla. Like I think in 2025, if you're not working on someone else's dime, you should pick the tools that you enjoy and you want to use and make you productive, and fuck everybody else. that's that's kind of my opinion. I try to always bring a little chaos to anything Steven does. Yeah, I love my wife's chaos. She keeps life interesting. Otherwise life would be very boring. I wouldn't do anything fun. The center of the grid, I mean. You mean in this thing right here? Yeah, this was just so I could visualize what the heck I was doing. Yeah, I don't know if this is what you mean. The grid, I don't see a center here. This doesn't seem like a thing, but maybe you're talking about my drawing. I just drew it in Excalidraw so I could visualize it. That helps me understand what the heck I'm doing. Can you run everything on NeoVim? Two-man army, I can do most things that I would normally do in VS Code in NeoVim. The only thing I can't do in NeoVim that I can do in VS Code is work with Razor syntax. And so if you're not from the .NET or the C# space, Razor syntax is basically like C# and HTML mixed together. And there's a specific language server that supports that does the syntax highlighting, provides all that rich information, and the language server for Razor doesn't play nicely alongside. I think the Razor, as I understand it, the language server is somehow related to the Roslyn LSP, and the Roslyn LSP it's not really openly available in a standard way, so I use OmniSharp in NeoVim and not Roslyn. So that's basically the only thing that whenever I have to work on anything that has to do with the Razor view, I have to switch over to VS Code. Other than that, I can pretty much recreate almost all my workflow that I would have done in Visual Studio Code in NeoVim. Kelsey, are you the one that keeps him from doing leg day? No. We've talked about this. It's not that my legs are disproportional. It's just that my waist is disproportional. No, that is Steven's own choice to not do leg day, and if he blames me, he lies. Hey man, I do leg day. I squat. I do my squats. I do my deadlifts. What's this rumor we've started that Steven doesn't do legs? Oh, so the center isn't actually part of the problem. No, it's just like that was supposed to represent an empty spot. Well, Scrumble, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you found a short of mine. Or maybe I'm glad YouTube pushed a short of mine at you. I think that's more how that works. uh, this is my 6th month using NeoVim. I don't know if I will ever use VS Code again in my life for my personal projects. Really? Yeah, I don't know. Some days I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use VS Code, and some days I'm gonna use NeoVim. I just kind of vibe it out. Can I use NeoVim at work instead of VS Code without them realizing, or do repos need to be pushed on VS Code? No, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know what your work situation's like, two-man army, but I would think as long as you can do git push from the command line, you should be good. Um, I mean, there might be certain specific things about your workflow at work that are more difficult to migrate over to NeoVim than what you have in VS Code, but there should be. I mean, a lot of the technologies that support the functionality in VS Code have been made available, like the language server protocol. That the whole thing, that basically everything that makes NeoVim be fun to use, language server protocol, debug adapter protocol, almost all of those technologies came out of Microsoft and were developed in support of what the VS Code team was doing, and then they made them open source and available for other people to build on and use. So if you can do it in VS Code, there's probably a good chance you can do it in NeoVim. Might take a little extra work. Might have to do a little extra tinkering. Go one layer deeper than what you currently are familiar working with, but you can probably accomplish it. Jack's chicken legs. I mean, I don't think I feel like I have chicken legs. I mean, I definitely don't have tree trunk legs, but I wouldn't say I have chicken legs. Milo, have you tried sebling roslyn.neovim? I think this supports Razor. It does. So my reservation with the Roslyn NeoVim config, I've kind of talked about this before, because there is actually, if you're in the .NET space, there is a project called easy.net NeoVim that's trying to build. They're basically building a plugin to kind of make it easy to go from not being able to do .NET development with NeoVim to being able to do it. Take care of things like the language server protocol, the test runner, debugger, all that stuff in one place. And they actually, in their setup, they use that Roslyn NeoVim plugin. My reservation with using it is that it's not in the Mason registry. So in NeoVim, there's this plugin called Mason that can help you basically manage and install language server protocols, debug adapter protocols. Or I guess I should say protocols, debug adapters in language servers, and linters and formatters. However, if you go looking for the Roslyn LSP in here, it won't be here. And the reason for that is there's some gray area about if the Roslyn LSP, which is basically the thing that powers C# dev kit, it's not totally clear how to get that in a consumable way regularly. And there's actually a PR out there to include it in the Mason registry. And the maintainer of Mason has left several comments on it and basically said he's not totally sure. He's not totally sure where he stands on it. So I figure if he's not willing to if he's not willing to include it in the registry because he doesn't feel like maybe it's stable enough, or that there's some gray area there about acquiring that LSP, then I'm going to just go with him, and I'm just going to wait until it ends up in the Mason registry. And if it ever ends up in the Mason registry, I will switch from OmniSharp to Roslyn. But for now, I'm just going to stick with OmniSharp, and I'll use VS Code for Razor. I just feel like, well, he probably knows better about these things than I do, so I'll just take his lead. That's basically been my thoughts on it. Oh, by the way, Kelsey, I'm a bro, so don't worry. Let's see. I don't know what it was that put you in my algorithm. I did find you from a short, but it was probs a couple weeks ago after installing VS Code. Well, I'm glad I showed up in some of your guys' shorts feed. Good morning, Filthy Potato. Good to see you. High school sweethearts. Yep. Me and my wife have known each other. I've been with my wife longer than I've been without her. I've been getting into NeoVim, but honestly, since I've been playing first-person shooter games since forever, I'm like 10x more efficient with my mouse. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not terribly efficient with either mouse or keyboard, but but I just keep at it. Two-man army. Do you code at work? I do. Yeah, I do. Most of the coding I do at work is either on a older .NET code base or it's on Playwright end-to-end tests with TypeScript. So I primarily work in C# and TypeScript at work. When I work in C# at work, I primarily use Visual Studio. When I work in TypeScript at work, I usually switch between VS Code and NeoVim, kind of like I do on stream. I use Visual Studio for C# development professionally, mainly because it's an older code base, and so some of like yeah. I mean, if you're from the .NET world and you work in a code base that has .NET framework dependency still, it's kind of difficult to get away from Visual Studio. Milo, you can include it now like this. Yeah, but that's a custom. You have to add a custom registry, Milo. Yeah, I'm just not. My comfortability with taking a dependency on something that Mason won't take a dependency on, to me it seems sketchy, Milo. So I know that you can do it. I've seen people set up. There was somebody in my chat actually sent me their configurations where they had it set up, and I'm just not comfortable. If it ever gets into Mason, I'll definitely make the switch from OmniSharp, but I'm just not comfortable with it yet. Milty, conversation got too technical. My vibe coding ass can't keep up anymore. Filthy Potato, making my coffee, made it to the early stream. Hey man, I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually need to go and make my coffee the other day too at some point. We're gonna run this test at some point and see if our solution actually works. Yeah, let me find actually Milo, let me find, if you're looking into this, let me find that PR for you, because this PR is kind of interesting to read. I think his name's William. He manages the Mason thing. Yeah, here we go. This is it. I subscribe to notifications about this. You can see I just left a comment on it the other day. This guy right here, actually, Reman91, he actually is based in Springfield, Missouri, which isn't terribly far from me. He works for a company called Jack Henry. And when I saw him leave a comment on this, I was like, yeah, me too. But yeah, if anybody wants to go bomb this PR, actually no, don't do that. But I'm gonna tag Milo here. This is the PR where William talks about reservation in bringing the Roslyn plugin into proper Mason registry. There we go. Steven, can I give an AI tip for chat, or is it blasphemy not allowed on a Sunday? No, AI, we are friendly to AI here. We are not friendly to people who think AI is going to destroy all software development and all need for engineers. That's the type of AI doomers we aren't interested in. But yes, AI is a very useful tool. Um, so you're more than welcome to recommend AI. Two-man army, no Python. Sorry, I have to ask every stream. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how much Python's going to end up on my stream. I kind of avoid it like the plague. Okay, so my solution doesn't work because we have an index out of range. And why do we have that? I don't know. I thought I did my job and checked. Where is it happening at? We are on line what? These error messages are not that great. 66. 66. So somehow we got here. Okay, so if neighbor row is greater than number of rows minus 1, continue. Or if neighbor column is less than 0. If neighbor column is greater than neighbor of columns minus 1. Oh, I see my mistake. This should be neighbor row. My bad. It has a very steep learning curve, feels counterintuitive, but really does pay off in the long run. Yeah, I mean, I hate, like, don't think anyone needs to necessarily use NeoVim or Vim motions. Like, there's nothing wrong with not ever dealing with those tools. I'll just share that I've had a lot of fun with it and have enjoyed it. Melty, I grew up in Branson. Nice, yeah. Las Vegas of the Midwest. People don't even know what they're missing if they've never been to Branson. Yeah, me too. Been to Springfield a bunch. Played a lot of football and a lot of baseball in Springfield, Missouri. Milo, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe that's helpful. Again, I don't think that should stop you from using that plugin if you want to use it. It's just, I've looked at switching over to that Roslyn plugin like 10 times, and every time I get ready to do it, I think, oh yeah, but what if something happens, and then what if I have to reconfigure NeoVim with OmniSharp instead of, it's like, did I spend all this time migrating only to have to, yeah, so I'm just waiting at this point. I'm just waiting. Okay, so my tip regarding AI would be use the AI of the company to which the platform or content belongs. I don't think that's a bad one. Renee, what did you say about NeoVim? I said that I don't think anybody needs to use NeoVim, and I don't think anybody needs to learn how to work with Vim motions. I don't think those are mandatory things. I think if you're curious and you think it might be fun, I would encourage you to give it a try, because I think Vim motions feels very natural once you get used to it as a way to navigate text in an editor. But I never want people to feel like you have to use these tools or you must, like, again, going back to kind of my stance on this is like in 2025, I think you should just use whatever tools that make you want to code more and make you enjoy coding and make you productive. And if that's Notepad++ with a mouse first workflow, do that. I don't see the point in trying to say, well, like, these are the tools you need to. I'm just not very prescriptive in that way. And there's so many good options. I don't know how you be prescriptive when there's so many good alternatives. All right, time to debug because we got 6 but wanted 13. So the best thing we could probably do, because we know we can look at the puzzle and we can know which spots we should have found stuff, like they put X's in here. My tip with AI is just use Sonnet 4.5 from Claude. I beat my head over every model of every AI. Nothing beats Sonnet with like 100,000 plus tokens of the context. Well, that's good to hear. Filthy potato. I started using NeoVim, but still use VS for one project. I keep getting my tab and inner mixed up. I feel you there, man. Scumble. I like scoped AI suggestions like old GitHub Copilot. All the vibe coding stuff is a bit much, and I have trouble keeping track of changes. Yeah, the vibe coding thing is like even if I could keep track of changes, even if I could do it well, I walk away from doing agentic coding feeling not fulfilled. I don't know. There's something that I get out of the process of solving a problem and actually writing the code myself that I don't really get from the agentic approach, and that, um, yeah, that makes me sad. So I just try to write code and work with code and do programming in a way that makes me excited to do it and enjoy it. It's enjoyable to do it. Makes me want to do it more. So I just try to focus on chasing that. The extensions of C Sharp and anti-gravity apparently don't work or need workarounds, and people are frustrated by that. Well, yeah, that's because the C Sharp experience that you love in Visual Studio Code is powered by the C Sharp Dev Kit, which is not. I don't believe the C Sharp Dev Kit is open source. So, and the Roslyn LSP that supports it, I think is released under an MIT license, but they don't like make it easily consumable. Like you can't get access to it, I think, very much. I think at one point they published a NuGet package of it, and then it's unclear if that's going to continue to be a thing or something. So yeah, so recreating that, and that's why recreating the C Sharp experience from VS Code is difficult in NeoVim, is because it's getting readily available access to that technology is not, as I understand it, not like straightforward. I spent half the day the other day setting up a highly specific file structure and rule files. If I knew actual languages myself, I would feel the same way as you, Stephen. I only feel fulfilled with AI when I break through in one way or another and making something I hadn't before. Yeah, and it's like that's not to say that like I think people who code with AI shouldn't do that. Like if that's what people enjoy doing and it brings you a lot of joy and you're able to accomplish what you want to accomplish. My only, like I've said this in a few shorts. My only problem with vibe coding or AI driven development is people who think that because you can do AI driven development, that means that all these folks that are expert software engineers or expert developers are no longer valuable, and their skills are no longer valuable, and their knowledge and their experience is no longer valuable, because that is just not true. It's just not at all factual. And so I hate seeing this take that's like software development's cooked, engineers are cooked. It's just because it's I mean it's bullshit, frankly. I mean it's not true, it's not factual. Roslyn, great name for anything software related. It is a good Roslyn is a good name. At the end of the day, we should do what's fun. Software engineers will always have a place. You're right. You're right. And I think software engineers get far more out of, I think well experienced software engineers get far more out of these AI tools than non experienced software engineers. And that's great. Born to shine. Mate, I gotta go. I'm learning distributed systems in Go by myself. It's already 9 p.m. here, so I need to code a little bit before going to bed. Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate. I mean, if you just stopped in to say hi, I would appreciate that. So there's never a reason to feel like you need to stick around for me. Go live your life, man. Go learn distributed systems. Have fun. Appreciate you being a member. Filthy potato. Let them have their own wrong opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. And I'm entitled to an opinion about your opinion. This is the wonders of free speech. Melty. Its biggest issue is memory leaks, sub-agent hallucinations, and context loss. It's sad. The program is really cool. Gemini has some cool stuff going on, but it's like working backwards. Interesting. Yeah, I could see the context being challenging, especially when you're doing big tasks, large code bases. All right, so what have I gone wrong in my solution here? Because I thought this was going to be a fairly straightforward solution. So let's see where I'm not counting things. There's some place where I'm not counting. So whenever we increment, let's print line. What do we want to print? I think we should print the row. So we'll do row. And then let's print the column that we're on. And then let's also print the value. So this would be current value. And just make sure that all of that is what we would expect. The value should always be a period, but the row and column should be different. So let's see which ones we're missing. No, that's not where we want to print that. We want to print that here, I think. So this should only print 6, I think. Yeah. So then let's compare these indexes to the indexes from their grid where they've identified what we should have. Make this a little bigger so it's a little easier to see. So our problem, I think, is row 0, column 0, but that's not on the list. Forklifts can only access a roll of paper if there are fewer than 4 rolls of paper in the 8 adjacent spaces. So why would this not be a space? Renee, strange how no one ever looked at Tesla robots and said all jobs are finished. Yeah, I know. Well, we've talked about this. I think automation is, everyone underestimates automation, how complex automation is. I mean, we've been telling people in the blue collar fields forever that their jobs are going to get automated and they're not going to be able to, that they need to reskill and retool. And still, there's people that have been working in factories doing blue collar work, skilled labor, unskilled labor for the last 20 years, right? And so I think automating people out of roles is very difficult. Humans are just uniquely capable of handling all the exceptional cases to the rules, and it's very difficult to automate all those exceptions to the rules. The AI doesn't include certain things without being asked, and those who don't know coding lingo doesn't know what to ask. That's such a good point, and I think that's why it's actually still very valuable to know how to write code and be a software engineer and build systems, because the people who know that information probably can write the best prompts to get the most out of the AI and these agentic workflows. So regardless of if people think software engineering is cooked or not, the knowledge is still very useful. All right, I think maybe I don't understand the problem. Okay. So for whatever reason, they are saying that this is not an option. And I'm guessing they're saying that's not an option because it doesn't have 8 adjacent spaces. Oh, I know what I screwed up. I should be looking at the rolls of paper, not the empty space. That's what I screwed up. So right here, this is what I screwed up. So I'm saying, hey, if the value does not equal an empty character continue, what I should be saying is if the value does not equal a roll of paper, I should continue. Yeah, I think that's what I was doing wrong. There we go. Yep. Small bug. Let's remove the print line. Okay. So that works for our example. Now we need to try to solve it for our actual inputs. So let's add another test. In this case, we'll use our actual input. I don't know what to expect here, so I'll just type -1. That's kind of what I always do. And then we'll do inputs. So obviously this will fail. So we'll do test part 1 with inputs. Test solve part 1 with example input. And we'll rerun our tests. It's gonna fail, but it says it got 1395. Moment of truth, everybody. Moment of truth. Ask AI to better explain the problem. Dude, I'm sure that's gonna happen at some point. We're on day 4, and so I have 8 more days of this to go, and it's supposed to get harder with each day. So I'm sure at some point I'm gonna have to have an AI unconfuse me. I've never made it through a full advent of code yet, so we'll see if this is the year. There's usually a problem that I can't surmount at some point. Moment of truth. Hey, looky there. That was the most straightforward problem of all advent of code this entire year, in my opinion. Day 1 was harder than that. Day 3 part 2 was harder than that, for sure. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so now that we have the answer, I'd kind of like to refactor this a little bit, but first let's make some coffee and then we'll refactor this. Hey, that's right. Let's go. Let the dopamine flow. Scrumble. Hardest one was day 6 for me. Okay, I'm gonna put that in my head. I have several people in my Discord who are they're actually staying on the 12-day pace. And so like I'm kind of like what you just said, Scrumble. I'm hearing intelligence of like what's ahead of me, and so I have this overwhelming dread every day of like, oh shit, what am I walking into? Just because I'm new to Go and it was annoying to do with the scanner. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, this thing right here, the scanner thing, buffio.new scanner, this is not super intuitive approach to reading a file, in my opinion. But that's just me, coming from C# and TypeScript. But it gets the job done. Gets the job done. But yeah, it's not super intuitive. But now I'm going to be dreading day 6. Laughed my ass off. It kicked me out the live. I was in your kitchen. That's funny. Were the AOC problems built with AI in mind? I don't think so. I think they prefer you not. I think they encourage you pretty heavily not to use LLMs. the the thing is, most advent of code problems under the hood are some very common computer sciencey data structure and algorithm problem, but they're dressed up in this like story. So I think for the majority of the problems, if you copy and paste them into an LLM, the LLM will recognize the pattern and be able to solve it very quickly because they're all solved problems, if that makes sense, right? Like there's probably lots and lots of code out there that have implemented the algorithms necessary to produce the solutions, and which then kind of defeats the point of it, right? The point of the event is to like challenge yourself and for you to learn about data structures and algorithms and for you to have fun working through a puzzle. So if you use an LLM, it's not necessarily bad if you're especially if you're stuck. Like if you're really really stuck and you don't know what to do, I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, here's the code I have, here's my understanding of the problem, can you please help unconfuse me? I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think, though, everyone should try to take a best effort approach at solving the problem on your own before you go to the Reddit thread or the large language model. Otherwise, there's no point in doing the event because the whole point of doing it is for your own benefit. So you're just kind of wasting your time if you're using those tools. See you, Dylan. Appreciate you hanging out, man. Have a good day. I'm from the Java world. I'm fighting syntax all advent of code. Yeah, I mean, I'm from the .NET world, so Go is completely new to me as well. We just started learning it November 1st is when we got really serious about learning it. So it's all new to me. Also, some of the point of advent of code is the satisfaction of solving it. Dude, it's all about the dopamine rush. Like putting the number into the box and getting the gold star. If you didn't do it yourself, the dopamine rush is not really there. To the LLM, not to spit out code, just have it explain it and unconfuse yourself. That's what I like to do. There you go. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Um, but I do think you should make sure that you don't do that the moment you get uncomfortable. If you read the problem and you immediately get uncomfortable, or if you write the first few lines of code and you immediately get uncomfortable and turn to the LM, no, you need to struggle with it. Give yourself like a day or like several hours to struggle with the problem. Try different things, step through the code, break the code you've written, like really, really struggle with it because that's the learning experience, right? Don't just default to the easy button. Melty, seeing where the industry is going, it's a disservice to yourself if you don't learn how to make use of AI, right? Oh, for sure. Yeah. If we're talking about making yourself employable, yeah, I mean, you got to be you got to be knowledgeable about the technologies and tools in your field, you know. There's definitely that I mean that's your onus as a professional. Like as a professional, you need to be up on the latest. Like when you go to your doctor, you hope that your doctor is reading about the latest and greatest ways to treat and handle illnesses and diagnosis and do diagnostics. So the same thing goes for us in our fields. We should be up on whatever the latest tools and techniques are. Um, I think there's a very large minority of the AI sphere that is out there saying software engineers cooked, everybody needs to be using AI to do programming and coding, and then you have a bunch of business people who are glomming onto that and being like, yeah, developers use AI so that you can do things quicker and faster, it and so then it compounds on itself and you get this really toxic culture build up around it where we're devaluing the process of building software and the creative process that's involved and all the skills and experience that people have garnered over the years. And we're saying, well, now we have LLM, so we don't need y'all anymore. That I think is a huge negative, in my opinion. Did you see that Micron will no longer be making RAM with Crucial? The price of RAM is insane. Yeah, they're pivoting to serve enterprise, right? They're getting out. They're basically getting out of the consumer space, which they've probably run the numbers and probably makes a heck of a lot of sense from a business perspective. Scumble. According to Prime, we're month 40 something into devs will be replaced in 6 months. We literally are, and those are literally the best tweets. I know he said he was going to stop tweeting that, but he really shouldn't. Like every month, he should make a tweet. Because nobody holds those fucking people accountable. Those fucking people get up on stages in interviews. They print this stuff in newspapers. They sell headlines that say, oh yeah, in 6 months, 90% of all code will be written by AI. And then 6 months later, nobody holds them accountable for that prediction. They just move on to the next thing. All that crap is financially motivated. Super financially motivated. $70 for 8 gigabytes. Yeah, I'm not in the market for RAM, but I did hear that RAM prices are going up. All right, we're gonna go to the coffee station, but first I have to go make sure it's all set up. Give me one sec. All right, chat. 3, 2, 1. To the coffee station. Here we go. All right, you guys are already there. I'm coming. Give me one sec. I don't think my headphone's connected. Hold on, I'm going bye-bye. I apologize for the chaos. The audio is going to be a little rough over there in the coffee land, but just bear with me. Okay, we'll get through this. I don't know how well you guys can hear me because I don't have my normal headphones connected, but hopefully it's not terrible. Hopefully you can somewhat hear me. So water's heating up. We're gonna ground our coffee. Hello, Owen Reed. Good to see you. You're an accountant with a VBA background. That's cool. But very interested in continuing learning. You like the channel. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Good to have you here, Owen. Hope you're doing well. Yardy, hear you well. Oh, thanks, Yardy. I appreciate you letting me know. Or actually, it's Yardle, huh? That's an L, not an I. First time experiencing the coffee cam. It's been a pleasure. Well, good. Yeah, the coffee cam is new because I bought this. I bought this advent calendar. It's like a coffee advent calendar, and so every day we get a unique coffee to make. It's from a company called Onyx Coffee, and I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that. I just enjoy their brand and their coffee. So this was a little bit of a splurge for me. I normally just buy like 8 o'clock coffee from Walmart. Apologies for the loud noises there. Good morning, Arvin. Good to see you. Filthy potato, that's sick. It is really sick. They did a really good job on the packaging. They did a really, really cool job. And they sent like this custom deck of playing cards. That's actually what you see on your screen, but like every day has a different card. But the tree is like the coolest piece of the packaging. Like, look at that. I mean, that looks like something like from Lord of the Rings or something. And then they put like the Christmas ornaments off the tree. It's really, really cool. All right, we got our coffee, we got our water going in. And then we wait. Also, for those curious, I don't know how legible that card is. This coffee is from Uganda. We've actually had a lot of coffee from Africa in this advent calendar. The tasting notes are plum, black tea, raisin, and orange. Honestly, I always say this, I don't really ever taste the flavor notes that they describe, but the coffee's good. All right, now we wait. We wait for the coffee to be brewed. We'll give it like 4 minutes or so. We'll do a couple minutes and then we'll let it pour. Good morning, Pablo. Good to see you. Yardo, love all the comment, man. I don't know how, but YouTube has blessed me with recommendations for your shorts. Now I tap them without hesitation. Love the vibe. Looking forward to sticking around. I really appreciate that, Yardle. That's super, super kind. I'm really glad that the shorts algorithm forced you into watching some of my content. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. So glad to have you here. Good morning, Mason. Good to see you. you're doing well, man. I love that there's an accountant in the mix now. So if any of you guys have accounting problems, we have somebody we can reach out to. Another Ugandan coffee, nice. Yeah, another one. Yeah, another one. There's actually a link in the description for each. I try to keep the link in the description for each stream updated to whatever coffee we're enjoying that day, or whatever coffee I'm enjoying that day, in case you guys want to go read about it or have any interest in purchasing it yourself. I know it's a US based coffee company, so I get it if you can't, but it's pretty cool. Pablo, how is it going? It is going well. We actually solved part 1 already. So now we're just going to refactor this into some kind of reusable grid, and I think we'll call it a day. So we'll do a little refactoring, a little bit of coffee drinking, and go from there. Mason, I can help with network issues. Nice. So we have a network admin or a network engineer. We have an accountant. What else? We definitely have a software engineer in the mix because Pablo's here. Did you bring your grid library from the practice month? I did not. I just re-implemented it, but I think we're going to use this as an excuse to factor it out to a grid. Although, given that there's only 12 days of advent of code, I don't know how much help these... Like, I don't know how many grids we're going to encounter. It seemed like last year there was tons and tons of grids. Filthy potato, I'll be cybersecurity. Great. So we have cybersecurity engineer, we have network engineer, we have professional accountant, we have software engineer. We just need like a lawyer. We need like a doctor. I don't know, maybe a tailor. Pablo, 7 is grid again. Okay, so this will come in handy. Well, then we'll do the refactoring. Pablo, somebody said 6 was the hardest day. Do you agree with that? Someone in chat said 6 is the hardest day, and I know you're keeping up with the pace of the. We up. That's right. We up. Pablo, so at least 2. Okay, good. So we'll refactor. Melty, I'll get the donuts, dude. Donuts sound so good right now. My favorite donut is like a coffee donut, like kind of like that, like cake-like texture. It's my favorite kind of donut. My kids like the normal glazed or chocolate glazed donuts, but I kind of like the cake donut. I used to be a reverse software engineer, if that counts. What's a reverse software engineer? I've never heard of that. Pablo, 6 was not that hard for me because it just clicked. It made sense. It's so crazy to me that for some people, like day 1, like day 1's a great example. Day 1 for so many people was easy, and for me it took me way too long, apparently. Coffee ice cream sounds delicious. All right, time to go get the coffee. We're switching back. Moment of truth. The moment of pour. Put this away until tomorrow morning. Man, I can't believe we're already on the 7th day of December. All right, coffee time's over. Coffee time is over. Reverse engineer. My guy breathes machine code. Hold on. What did he explain that? Yardle, I volunteer. Will set up my Vim workflow for suit tailoring. You move across the U.S. in 8 days. Wow, man. Bradley, coffee cam. This is new. Yeah, so Bradley, actually, we started doing the coffee cam on the 1st. So I bought a advent calendar that is a coffee advent calendar from this company called Onyx Coffee Labs, or Coffee Lab. And I wanted to bring you guys along with me on the journey of opening each coffee each morning because I thought that would be fun. And yeah, so this is what I bought. So we're on day 7. And they have like a video that goes along with it, and they send a coffee card.
Welcome to day 7 of Advent.
And all kinds of cool stuff. They talk about who brewed it.
Okay. From the Matt Algon called back 1 to 16
how to brew it, sorry.
Holders, and produced by Ben.
So it's just kind of a cool thing. So I set up a camera in my basement, or another camera in my basement, just so that I could make the coffee down here in the mornings. So yeah, it's relatively new. I don't know if we'll keep it. Like, we may not keep the other camera angle for the rest of my time streaming on YouTube, but for the month of December, we're going to use it. Renee, I'm going to say something totally controversial now. Einstein is overrated. Really? You think that, huh? Interesting. Well, I guess I'm totally open to people not fucking with Einstein, or I guess I'm totally open to the idea of people thinking Einstein's overrated. I'm curious why people would think Einstein's overrated, though. I would love to dig into that line of thinking, because I'm a big Einstein fan myself. I mean, he kind of single-handedly revolutionized physics at one point in time. You know, I mean, the theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, like that's, you know. And not only that, but like that, when he did all that work, his 4 most scientists in general are underrated for sure. I think they're underrated for sure. Scientists are underrated. Steven, put a command in like Pablo asked. Oh, Onyx. Yeah, that's a good idea. You just want it to link to the company? We can do that. Let me do... yeah, we'll just link to their website. Sorry, I realize I'm having like 10 different conversations all at the same time. Where did that link go? Oh, to the Advent. Yep, that's a good idea. Onyx Advent, which you can't really buy it now, but you can definitely look at the information, because you obviously, like, they have to organize it and ship it ahead of Advent, so they have like a cutoff point. I think you have to order it by the middle of November or something. All right, that should work now. Filthy Potato finally got his coffee. Not awake yet. No, I am not. There we go. We should have it now. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Most of his original theoretical work actually was thanks to his first wife. Does anyone know her name? Okay, so his wife and him did collaborate, because when he did his first 4, or I think 4 of his most seminal papers, he wrote and developed while he wasn't even a professor, while he wasn't a researcher. He was actually working in the patent office when he worked on those papers. And his first wife was also a very accomplished academic. Obviously, she was a woman at that time, and at that time in the world, women were not given the respect they were due as academics. So I do agree with you that she should get more credit. And I also will second that. That is one of Einstein's personal failings, was the way he treated his first wife and the way he treated the daughter that they had. He did not. That's one. That's one of those things that's difficult about human beings. Is human beings are complex and they can live lives that are both inspirational but also filled with mistakes. Right. So I find Einstein's hustle, his willingness to pursue his field, even though to pursue the work that he pursued, even though it wasn't his day job. Right, his day job was a patent clerk, and he said, "No, I'm gonna be one of the greatest physicists of all time. This is what I want to do with my life." And he didn't let the fact that that wasn't his job stop him from doing that work. To me, that's very inspirational. As somebody who has a family and has a day job, but definitely doesn't necessarily think that his day job is what his in all be all passion of life is going to be, I find that very inspiring. At the same time, I do agree he did make a mistake in that sense. But I don't necessarily think that makes him under I don't think that makes him overrated though, in my opinion. Yeah, what Melty said. I mean, I don't think Einstein's overrated. I think Einstein's properly rated, but I think Einstein was a human being who was flawed. You know, human beings are flawed. I mean, I always the story that always comes to mind is the story of Einstein's friend. They were actually very good friends. They uh, like ran in the same academic circles, and but okay, so there's this guy. His name's Fritz Haber. He ended up working for Nazi Germany. He developed some of the most nasty chemical warfare. However, at the same time, Fritz Haber is also the guy that came up with the method to synthesize fertilizers, literally how to synthesize fertilizer out of the air, essentially, and basically saved the world from starvation. He saved tons and tons of people from starving. This was in like 1918. It was like in the 1910s. Then later in his career, he ends up going and working for the Nazi Party and does horrible, awful things, right? Or contributes to doing horrible, awful things. So human beings are just inherently flawed. And there's always going to be bad and good with any person in history. There's just never going to be a person that you find where you think. I think that's why it's important not to put people up on pedestals. Don't treat them as heroes, but you can definitely use them for inspiration. And in my opinion, Einstein is very inspiring from a professional perspective, but from a personal perspective, he left some stuff to be admired. But I do too, like as a human being. Like I'm not a perfect husband or father or son or brother. I make mistakes. I screw up. Dude was not a great person for sure. His contributions with all the people he collaborated with changed science, and that's what we remember him for. Exactly. Yeah, you got to be willing to take some of the good with some of the bad. If LeetCode was for practice, DS, and A, now for system design, what platform should I use to practice? I actually don't know, Grand Admiral Thon. I wouldn't say I really do much system design practice, so I don't think I could point you in the right. I've seen a lot of videos of people like making content around system design, but yeah. Milty, dang, we need a command to add a marker to his recordings. Well, I'll just let my stream shorts tool. Hopefully, my stream shorts tool will pick up on this clip if people thought it was good. Melty add marker. Yeah, we need some. That would be a good command. Or you guys can just clip it. I think you guys can remix my streams and clip my streams if you want. So, Filthy Potato Steven is my hero. I don't want to be anyone's hero. Because I'll just let you down. I'll let you down like everyone else. I mean, human beings are just we're flawed. We are flawed creatures. We do good, we do bad. Renee worked. A lot of scientists were forced to work for them, Axis powers and Soviets. Yeah, they were, but there was also, I think, scientists who made a pragmatic. I think there was a lot of people in Nazi Germany who made a pragmatic decision, right? I mean, I think that's where people wonder how people could do such horrible and evil things to horrible and evil things to each other. But when your mind gets warped and you start believing that people are the others, right? People are not only are people different from me, but people are other than us and other than me. I think it just about any of us are capable of doing some pretty horrific and unspeakable things to other humans when you start viewing others as not human and not one of you, right? And I think there's a lot of people, I think, and probably a lot of scientists that made the pragmatic decision of, well, I want to stay in my home country. I want to stay where my family is. Just all these very practical decisions. So in order to accomplish all those things, I need to sort of go along to get along, right? But I'm not saying that I admire Fritz Harbor, and I'm not trying to say that Fritz Harbor wasn't a bad human being. What I try to always hold in my mind about that story is that here's this brilliant, inventive man who was friends with Albert Einstein, a Jew, and invented one of the most important chemical synthesis in the world, saved tons of people's lives, then turns around and uses that same intellect and that same brilliance to do horrible things. And so it's this constantly a reminder to me that, like, two things can be true at the same time, that we're largely defined by the choices we make. There's just a lot in that biography, right, that you can unpack from that person's life. Milty, oh, do you have an AI thing that scrubs for shorts? Yeah, we built a tool. We built a tool on Stream actually called Stream Shorts. It's on my GitHub. We basically use a large language model to do like sentiment analysis on the transcription of the stream, or I do. Yeah, we built it on Stream. It was fun to build. It's just a CLI tool right now. I would love to put a GUI on it at some point, but it's just a CLI tool right now. My parents grew up in apartheid South Africa. Even as white people, they were so afraid of going up against the government, even though they were never threatened. There's always that worry. Play along or things will go bad for you and your family, like a silent threat. 100%. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And so while I do think we are all accountable for the decisions and the choices we make on Earth, I do think we will all answer for them. That's just, as a Christian, I do believe that. There is this very pragmatic thing that happens, right? Just like you described it, where it's like, I'm not necessarily a malicious, evil person, but I want to raise my family and I want to have a nice life. And so as long as no one's kind of screwing with me, I'm just going to kind of go along to get along type of thing, right? And I think that plays out in a lot of stories in the world, and it's some fun. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, this is the tool I was talking about. Or no, this isn't the tool. The tool I was talking about that Melty was asking about is this tool. Man, we took a really hard philosophical tangent there, didn't we? Yeah, Stream Shorts. So this basically what it does is it essentially takes my stream. I download my stream, or I record my stream, and then I give it to this tool. This tool transcribes it, sends the transcription to an LLM, and then asks the LLM to analyze it for potential shorts candidates, and then returns to me a structured JSON response, and then I use FFmpeg to chop up the stream into shorts, and then I decide what shorts I post. This tool probably has maybe a 30% hit rate, maybe a 50% hit rate. It depends on the video. I probably post a third or 50% of what it produces as candidates. Some are good, some are not so good, but it saves me a crap ton of time. ton of time saved. But I'd like to put a GUI on it at some point. Just haven't gone down that path yet. Is it public on GitHub? Yeah, it is public. Yeah, and Pablo just showed my GitHub link, but I can also share the link directly. Let me see if I can find the. Oh my goodness, I cannot select the right stream shorts. Somebody forked it. Somebody forked it and I think put a GUI on it. I haven't actually looked back at that fork in a while. There you go. Put it in chat there for you. Rion, thanks for subscribing. Pragnesh, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. 500 words remain on my term paper. Writing papers is the bane of my existence. I am not jealous of you, filthy potato. Yeah. I also hated writing papers that had arbitrary lengths like that. Like your paper must be X number of words or X number of pages. I hated that. I used to always think like, no, the paper needs to be as long as the paper needs to be. If the paper needs to be one page of paper, then that's it. If it needs to be 1,000 words, it's 1,000 words. I mean, I get it. Like they do that so that somebody doesn't walk in and like give a 1-sentence answer. But yeah, I think forcing people to reach for an arbitrary word count or an arbitrary page count, I think a lot of times leads to bad writing, in my opinion. 2 more semesters and I get my associates in science. I can't get any sooner, dude. Right? Yeah, exactly. It'll fly by though. I remember that feeling when I was getting my degree. The years and the months and the days feel so long. The particularly the days feel so long, but it'll go by fast. You'll look up and it'll be over. I'm going for cyber. I don't know why I'm typing a 2,500 word paper. I mean, writing is an important skill in any field. It is. You know, being able to communicate your ideas in written word is very important. Why you need a 2,500 paper for cybersecurity? I don't know. But yeah, just having an arbitrary length seems dumb. You know, as long as the paper is substantive, right? Like it has substance to it and it communicates what it intended to communicate, that should be enough. Going for my BS right after, so I don't know when that break will happen. It will happen. It'll happen, man. I didn't do an associate's. I just did a bachelor's. But I remember those days. I remember those days so well. Those days felt so long. I felt like college was never going to end, and I really enjoyed my time in college. But at some point, you're ready to be done with just all the assignments and all the commitments and just all that. You know, all that comes along with it. You know, and now I've been out of college 10 years. So the time, man, the time goes so fast. It really does. Like it. That's why I was saying earlier. I can't believe it's December 7th. The days just they really do fly by. My kid's 9. I started learning to code when my kid was 4, 5 when he started kindergarten. And he's getting ready to be in 5th grade. He's in 4th grade now. Like it just time flies by. Oh, you're gonna do a master's? If these degrees keep escalating, you may never get a break. Shit, if you're gonna get a master's, you might as well just get a PhD. Say fuck it and be an academic. Communication is very important. It really is. Yeah, it really is. I feel like people are so lazy these days about being able to articulate their thoughts in written word. But I think writing might be the single greatest tool for thinking. Yeah, my nephew's 13. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. all these lives unfolding all around you, and you look up and this person's 30 and this person's 20 and you're 32 and the other person's 45, and you're like, where did all the time go? How did everybody get so old so quick? Like we were watching the Night at the Museum movie the other day. Well, not the other day, just yesterday, I think it was. We were watching the Night of the Museum, or maybe Friday night, and that movie came out damn near 20 years ago. Night at the Museum. Like, that's crazy to me. This is a 20-year-old movie? Yeah, 2006. So if I have my math right, that's 19 years? What is that? Yeah, it's 19 years. How is that movie 20 years old? I don't know. That's crazy. The only reason to do a master's is to be an academic for sure. No one pays attention to masters. Yeah, I don't know, man. Advanced degrees are difficult. Like, people have a lot of respect for advanced degrees. Like, it does carry weight. Like, when people have PhDs or masters, like, I definitely, like, stand up and, like, yeah, this person probably knows their shit. But yeah, they don't really command much, do they, in the way of like money. 20 years. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Master's like, oh, you spent 3 more years studying instead of getting experience. Why? Well, yeah, but you do that, right? To your point, probably you do that so that you can become an expert, like in some particular area of study. That's why you do a master's, and that's why you do a PhD. It doesn't. I don't think it necessarily. Maybe a PhD translates more to pay in the real world, but definitely those advanced degrees are much more if you want to pursue, I think, a life in academics or research or something like that, or at least start there, you know. Although there are some really high Microsoft executives that have PhDs, like Kevin Scott has a PhD. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he has a PhD. Let's see, where's his wiki? I mean, not. I'm not saying that they are an executive because they have a PhD. I'm just saying that, like, it probably does at some point become an asset, right? It does become an asset. It's just, does it directly translate into that? Probably not. There's probably a lot of other things you have to do. Let's see. Oh, he enrolled in the PhD program. He didn't finish it. He just has a master's. Who's the other guy that has a PhD there? I think the guy that Scott Hanselman does his podcast with, Mark Rustanovich. I think he has a PhD. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys though. I would go back and get a PhD tomorrow. If school didn't cost what school costs, I would go back because I just love learning. I loved school. Um, so I would go back tomorrow and get a PhD. Although it's just too expensive. I don't understand how you afford to get one these days. You got to go into a lot of debt, or you got to get a lot of funding. I could have sworn he has one. Yeah, he later returned to Carnegie Mellon, where he received a PhD in computer engineering in 1994. So, I mean, there are people that work in industry that have a PhD, right? That have higher advanced degrees. It's a thing. Big companies hire PhD because it sounds good. 100% it does, and that's where it becomes an asset. You know, it's like that. It becomes an asset then. Yeah, I would definitely. I would definitely. I would love to go back and study very deeply on a particular area of interest. AI wasn't around when I was in school, but what I've heard from friends in uni is that AI cheating is rampant. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be rampant, right? I think here's what I think about that. I think AI use of AI is not necessarily cheating. I think universities trying to prevent people from using AI in assignments or for assignments is the wrong approach. and trying to police that, I think, is a losing strategy. I've also heard a lot of nightmare horror stories of students who submit papers or assignments and get accused of using AI because the universities use some SaaS tool that was sold to them to do AI detection, and it returns a lot of false positives, and people end up having to defend their academic integrity because an AI accused them of using AI, which I think is complete and utter bullshit. So I think going about trying to police AI use in degree or in universities or in colleges is going to lead to a lot more pain than it is going to lead to good. Not only that, the marketplace right now, every CEO of every big company is talking about how their company needs to be AI native. And yet, colleges and universities are trying to say, well, don't use AI to accomplish your work. But then when you go and get an actual job, the CEO of the company is going to be telling you that you need to be using AI to accomplish your work. It's it's wholly and completely out of touch and disconnected. Full stop. Do you think your Git works good as other shorts options? I'm not sure what you're asking, Mailman. Does it crop from landscape to portrait to... Are you talking about the Stream Shorts tool, Mailman? It doesn't do any cropping. It just takes whatever video you ingest into it, and it just clips it to the timestamps. So whatever format you put in is the format you'll get out. So if you put in if you were to take a horizontal stream and put it in there, it's just going to give you a bunch of clips in horizontal. And if you put a portrait video in there, it's just going to give you a bunch of clips in portrait. It literally, I had a diagram that shows the workflow, but it literally takes the video, uses Whisper locally on your machine to transcribe it from audio. It basically uses FFmpeg to extract the audio from the video. Then it uses Whisper locally to transcribe the audio to text. Takes the text, sends it to an LLM. In this case, right now, it just supports Gemini, and then it asks Gemini to do an analysis on the transcription and return a structured response. It's basically a JSON object that has a title, an explanation for why it chose that clip, and then it has timestamps in it, and then FFmpeg takes those timestamps and clips the video. That's what it does. Well, actually, I can show you. Marcelo, thanks for subbing, appreciate it. I can actually show you an example output. Give me 1 sec. Let me open a new tab, actually, so I don't lose my place there. I know this may not be interesting to everyone, but just to answer Mailman's questions, OneDrive, desktop, YT, shorts, and I guess let's go into whatever the first one is there. So this is basically the artifacts it produces. So this is the analysis. This is the audio that it extracts. This is the transcription. And then these are the individual clips that FFmpeg chops up. So if we were to do... So let's just look at the transcription really quick. So the transcription looks like this. So it's just a bunch of segments of text with timestamps. And so this is what the LLM looks at and works on with a prompt around it. And then the returned analysis looks like this. So you basically have this array of candidates for making clips that basically has a start time and end time, an explanation of why the LLM felt like this would make a good clip, a description of the clip itself, and a title. I don't really use any of the... I basically did this so that the LLM would do some amount of reasoning or thinking, or try to do some amount of reasoning or thinking about the clips it produced, hopefully increasing the quality of the clips it produced, but this is what it spits out. And then I just parse this in my code and turn the start time and end time into durations that FFmpeg can use to clip the original video file. It works really well. It saves me a ton of time. I was doing this all manually for like the first 6 months, and then we were like, fuck this, we can solve this with LLMs now. And save me a whole bunch of time. Hey, good to see you, Oblivious. Hope you're doing well. Filthy Potato, this is the circle of college being a joke. Yeah, it really is. Pablo, how well does it work? It probably has like a 30 or 50% hit rate. Like, it may produce 20 clips, and I might share between 7 and 10 of them. So I just go through them. I have them all outputted to a OneDrive file, and then I just go through them on my phone. That's kind of why I'd like to build a front end for it, because I think it would be nice to have a client that could do a lot of the work that I'm doing elsewhere. But it basically drops it into a OneDrive folder on my phone, like this, and then I just go through and watch the clip, and I make an editorial decision of like, nah, that's a shitty clip, or that's an okay clip. Are you doing subtitles with LLM2? I just use for my shorts, the subtitles are generated by YouTube, and I'm guessing YouTube uses some sort of LLM or some sort of machine learning model like Whisper to do the audio to text. I'm guessing they're probably using Whisper if I had to bet. I honestly don't know. But the YouTube app just has a built-in captioning tool, and I just use that. Pablo, Whisper transcriptions? Yeah, that's what it is. It's just Whisper. Yeah, using the model. And the model's actually running locally when it does the transcription. Mailman Opus Clip does this in the back end and turn landscape to portrait. So kudos to you. Oh, that's cool. I've never heard of Opus Clip. That sounds like a cool tool. Yeah, I just got tired of what I was doing. Oh, this is like an all-in-one video editor. Oh, that's cool. I haven't heard of this. This is what he's talking about. I guess it's called Descript, or maybe it got purchased or renamed or something. But yeah, this looks very cool. But yeah, it solves the problem that I needed solved, right? And I felt like, man, I know how to code. I can definitely solve this problem. I was just like spending way too much time going through old streams and like scrubbing through it and trying to remember what the hell I said during a stream and what parts might make for good short form content. And so I thought, you know what, LLMs could help me do this. Melty, did you ever complete the agent project for your blog? I have not. I've been working on it, but I haven't got it completed. I do have it to a place where it reliably works. Actually, the last commit I think I pushed, I think the last commit I pushed to that repo actually says exactly that. Let me see if I can find it, because it's kind of funny that you ask about it and then. But I have been continuing to work on it. It's just time, time and priorities and whatnot. I think the last commit I pushed up was something like, yeah. Hold on. 4. Yeah, this was the last commit. This was like 4 days ago. Yeah, it works. It works now. Now it's more of a quality control issue. To get the LLM to the writing is okay, but the writing doesn't sound like me, if that makes sense. The blogs are good, and they're grounded in Google search results, and they're good. It just doesn't sound like my blog posts. So I'm gonna have to do some little bit of like evaluation work to figure out if I can come up with better prompts or better approaches to, I think, one, prompting the LLM to write more like me, but then also taking what the LLM puts out and giving the proper feedback to revise it so that it sounds like more like me based on some sort of criteria or rubric. I have a little bit of that in there now, like the general workflow of the tool is on, like the general workflow has that in there. Like I have a researcher agent, I have a writer agent, I have an editor and a critic agent, and they all kind of go in loops to try to refine it. But yeah, it's not quite to the standard I'd want it to be at. But it's been a fun project to work on, and I learned a lot about working with the agent framework, which was the goal of the project. So it was good. Pablo, do you archive bad shorts or completely remove them? Right now, I just toss them. Right now, I just delete the folder. I produce all the shorts and the clips and everything, and then I delete the folder when I'm done. Renee, sorry, I missed that. What do you use for the shorts? Oh, we're talking about a tool I built. We built a tool on stream. When was that? Was that like in the... That was like in the fall, wasn't it? Or like late summer or early fall when we built that? I forget. It's called Stream Shorts. It's on my GitHub. Anyone's welcome to use it. I mean, it's like I said, it's not anything earth-shattering, right? It's just taking some pre-existing technologies and sticking them together to automate work that I was doing manually. This is the tool, Renee. Milton, you need to train it on the philosophy of what you sound like is. Just a simple prompt won't do what you're wanting, I don't think. Yeah, right now I'm trying to accomplish it through a lot of prompt engineering. And I'm not really interested in going down the rabbit hole of trying to do any fine-tuning or training of the model myself. So right now I'm just using a lot of prompt engineering to try to get it to do what I want to do, which is what a lot of the tools that you see using AI are doing. They're just doing a lot of prompt engineering. There's not much fine-tuning going on with most of these tools, and you can get pretty far with prompt engineering. It's just you've got to figure out what are the right word tokens to get the right results the most consistently. What's the right words to put into the word calculator to get the right words out? Mailman, not Descript. Oh, what were you talking about? Didn't you say Opus? Opus script? I couldn't find that. Opus clip. Oh, now okay. Sorry. Yep. You're talking about this. Oops. You were talking about this guy, weren't you? Opus clip. One long video, 10 viral clips. 10 viral clips create 10x faster. This seems very nice, very well done. Super high quality. Way better than the little CLI tool I made. But the wonderful part is I don't have to pay anyone for it. I wonder what their pricing is. See, $15 a month. You get 150 credits a month. 3,600 credits per year. Sounds like a cool business. And it looks like a very polished solution. Looks like they've got a lot of stuff in here. AI B-roll. Looks like they've got an editor. Thumbnail generator. That's cool. That could be value add. That actually could be something to... Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Hold on. Give me a sec. I want to test this, because if this does work, this would be a fun project to build for myself. Let's just take one of my videos and see what it does. I like LLM for docs since I don't really want to write my Java docs. It's usually right 90% of the time. I catch the rest when going through. I almost use LLM to do all docs now, Scrumble. Like in C Sharp, we do XML comments for documentation. And so I'll write the code and then I'll just say, Copilot, please add XML docs to all this stuff, and it will do it. And I just review it. Like, I'm 100% with you. I would much rather have an LLM do the docs for me. And LLMs are, and that it's actually a really good thing as a developer, because how many times do you work with something where the docs are really shitty and you're like, why didn't they write good docs, right? Well, it takes a lot of time. Well, now with LLMs, it doesn't take a lot of time. So there's really not a good excuse not to have good docs. Like, you should just always have good docs. Let's see, include face. Let's see what it comes up with. Image should be less than 5 megabytes. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I don't have a less than. Let's see what it does. Because I could totally see us doing something like this. Because I'm guessing it probably uses some sort of transcription. Somehow it gets the video, right? Sometimes it either gets the video or it gets the metadata around the video. And then somehow it prompts some image generating model, which we could use Gemini again, because Gemini is multimodal. We could use Nana Banana Pro. Because thumbnails do take a lot of time. But apparently, according to the expert YouTubers, thumbnails are like the most important part of videos. Renee, prompting an LLM for code with testing in it. I think that would work. Yeah, you could definitely do that. Milty, Opus is actually stupid powerful. Really? Huh. Maybe I'll have to take it out for a spin. Sign up for their trial. I hadn't heard of it. Man, this takes a long time, though. We'll set that off to the side. Whenever it finishes, we'll see. I don't know. It's kind of like there's a balance, though, right? Because like when you're making content, you don't want to take your editorial opinions out of the content that you make. Otherwise, it's not yours, right? And that's why the LLM helps me figure out what might make for good shorts, but honestly, I'm the one that finally decides what goes up. So it's this balancing act of like, well, I want AI to help me do less work, but I don't want it to do all the work, and I still want to have editorial control and creative control, right? So it's kind of a middle ground that you're trying to strike. Mailman, you broke it? I don't think I broke it. It's at 80%. It's still progressing. It's just taking a while. It says ETA 1 minute. Let's create a new package in our internal, and let's call it grid. And we are going to have a grid.go, and we are going to have a grid test.go. And then we'll also have, why don't we also add a grid.txt file, and we can just copy, well, I guess we shouldn't copy the example. Just replace this with all periods. See, here's another great example of a LLM. I'm just gonna say, hey, give me a new grid with all dots. Give me a new grid like this with all dots. I could also use dot replace, but why not burn off some energy? Why not overuse the energy of the world so I don't have to do something that's really easy to do? Give me a new grid like this with all dots. I wonder how much energy I did waste on this. They really should show you. They should show you how much electricity you use per conversation. Oh my goodness, can I please learn how to copy and paste from... Booyah. Yeah, dropping frames or I'm losing connection or something. Oh, I'm coming back. I'm back. I'm back. I use Opus as a part of a team of media practitioners. We do a daily 1 hour show. Oh, nice. Very cool. Well, that's awesome, man. It spits out 25 clips and you can adjust the length, etc. Re-add stuff to the front or end. You can edit by removing line. It can auto remove ums and ohs by simply deleting. That's very cool. Super powerful. The part that I'd like for my tool is I'd like the ability to do what you said where you can adjust the length. That's the part that what I would like is I'd like to have a GUI for it where instead of producing the clips, I basically have a GUI that shows me like a grid of candidate clips, and then I can click into that clip and it will show me the segment of the main video that it had identified. But if I want to, I can shorten it or expand it, which is basically what I do in OneDrive. That's basically what I do in YouTube at the moment, but I'd love to have a GUI of my own to do it. Maybe one day. All right, you guys want to see the YouTube thumbnail it generated? Here's what it generated. See, like the thing is, none of these fit me. Like none of these are like my, or like none of these are like, yeah, I would make this, right? I wonder if you pay for their services, if there's a way that you can like customize the prompt that they use or something. But cool, it's cool that you can do that, right? Like you could totally see people using something like that. Although I think that's kind of like what leads to the AI slop that people complain about, is the easiness to generate things like that, but it is what it is. This is the world we're living in now. There's no getting around it. Alright, let's see if we can do a little bit more refactoring. Melty, the clipping is what's good. It picks great clips. Oh, that's good to know. I'll have to give it a try then. Compare it against my little tool. Mailman, that is Opus. That's why I commend you. Oh, yeah, yeah. I need to slap a GUI on there because I have all the underlying like infrastructure to support an interface like that. I just need to actually sit down and build the interface. I think the hardest thing about the interface would be the video editor functionality. But hopefully there's some libraries or something that could help make that a little bit easier. Personally, I don't like what AI generated images look like. It's all nearly the same art style. Yeah, that's the same way with websites too. It's like you ask V0 to build a website and they almost all the websites have the same Next.js-y feel to them. Yeah. I think that's where LLMs have their limitation, right? They're really good from going 0 to 1, but they don't quite embody the thing with any type of soul or character. And so that's why I think you still need humans involved. Like, especially in creative endeavors, you're still going to need humans to add that touch of character, that touch of soul that we all can feel, and it's sort of intangible and it's very hard to put words to and it's very hard to describe it, but we all sort of know it when we see it and we know it when we feel it. Perhaps we should have non-AI days and other days have AI allowed days. Well, AI is always allowed. AI is always allowed. It's not allowed if you think it makes everyone else useless and no longer valuable. AI is always allowed. It's just Steven has a bone to pick with folks who want to try to use AI to devalue others. Pablo, no internet days? Dude, a no internet day, that would be tough. That would be tough because that would mean no YouTube. That would mean no TikTok. No New York Times reading. I mean, almost all my content consumption happens through the internet. Filthy potato. But Steven, AI is going to take our jobs. Yeah. Yeah. My my hot take on AI taking jobs is if okay, so tell me this. If software engineers were really cooked or software developers were really cooked, why does OpenAI need to call a code red? Why can't they just spin up a bunch of codex agents and tell them to go figure out how to make ChatGPT better than Gemini, right? It's like, why do you still need engineers and researchers and scientists? Because LLMs aren't actually drop-in replacements for human beings. They're far from it. But people who have financial vested interests in the profitability, the long-term profitability of these companies, they need people to feel like they need people to feel otherwise. Mailman, the first 3 shorts are the ones I did from Thursday's show with Opus. You mean on your channel? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, I guess I don't see anything on your channel actually, so I don't know what you're talking about. Filthy potato, they produce too many errors. They do produce too many errors. They're not very trustworthy, that's for sure. OpenAI is a joke. All their models are trash. The only thing that they have made, which is decent in the last year or two, is Sora. Yeah, I don't know if OpenAI is trash or their models is trash. It's just, I just wish people would have a more measured take on this shit and stop saying like, just have a measured take. It doesn't have to be all one way or the other, right? It doesn't. OpenAI having really good LLMs doesn't have to mean that software engineers are cooked, right? It can just mean, oh, cool, there's a new piece of technology. We should figure out how to use this effectively and leverage this where it makes sense and not leverage it where it doesn't make sense. It just, like, just be a normal human being. Just be a normal fucking person. That's all I'm asking for. Oh yeah, you can't post links. Yeah, the YouTube will strip them out. But if you join our Discord and post a link there you go. You can do that. Sora doesn't make much sense anywhere though. Yeah, the Sora thing is strange. The Sora thing is an example of them trying to figure out how to find a way to have a profitable profit stream, right? They're trying to figure something that they can stick ads into that doesn't feel totally out of place and people would be okay with it. Right? That's what all that was about. That's what the browser was about. That's what the Shopify integration thing that they did where people could sell products through chat. That's what all that was about. It was all about them trying to think about how do we monetize our products and how do we find a profitable stream of revenue and income. Veo 3 at least can be used for editing. I've not tried Veo 3 for editing stuff. I've asked it to generate things, but I've not actually like asked it to edit things and revise things. Filthy potato. How else can we get people to subscribe to us for money? Exactly. 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 I honestly don't think, here's my big prediction. I do not think people in the future will pay money to interact with an LLM through a chat interface. I think the chat interface of LLMs goes to zero. I think Google gives Gemini away for free at some point. That's what I think. I think at some point that will be so commoditized, right? They'll just give it away because they'll be monetizing it through some other means. Like Google will monetize it through search or ads or something, and so they'll just give it away. And the minute that Google gives away Gemini, nobody's going to want to pay OpenAI $200 a month to have the max amount of tokens. Like it is. That's what I think is going to happen. I think LLMs will be monetized through some other way than token usage. Steven, how much money did 6-7 Alaska end up posting yesterday? I'm pretty sure it was $20. Pretty sure it was $20. Let me look at Stream Elements. I think Stream Elements keeps track of that. $20. Yeah, I had 2 super chats yesterday for $10, which was pretty cool. I mean, that was wild. Okay, so the super chats are cool, but I currently have 12 members on my YouTube channel. That's fucking insane. 12 people are willing to be like paying members of my YouTube channel. That's unbelievable. I'm just a random guy sitting in his basement who yaps about a lot of shit and occasionally writes some code. So that to me is pretty crazy. And nor do I expect it to either. That's the biggest thing I always want you guys to know, that like I have a day job, right? Like I'm building my retirement through working a job. I have no expectation that content creation or streaming become a way of earning a living, you know? So I never expect people to become members or super chat or do anything like that. You guys work hard for your money just like I do, you know, so you should spend your money on things that make your life better. 100%. Pablo, yeah, the marketplace of things that plug into AI, that's what gets monetized. Exactly. And so the companies that can afford to give away the AI while monetizing somewhere else are the companies that are going to ultimately win. And I don't think OpenAI is capitalized enough to give away the AI at this point, at least. But Google is, Microsoft is, AWS is. Like those companies could essentially burn tokens and then focus on making the difference up somewhere else, right? Through the selling of products or other services that are either facilitated through the use of their AI tools or directly connect to the AI tools in some shape or form to augment their functionality. Filthy, but this is such a vibe. You give entertainment, you get paid for it. People love the service you're providing. Yeah, I don't know if it's honestly a service because it's very selfish. I've said this before. I make content for a very selfish reason. It makes me feel good. Even if there's like one person here, it would still make me feel better. I just feel better when I create things and make things and work on things. And so that's the very selfish reason I do it. The fact that other people actually enjoy it or want to participate alongside me is, to me, it's kind of unbelievable. But I very much appreciate it. I never want you guys to think I don't appreciate it, because I do. Mailman, let me in the Discord. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and you don't have to stay and hang around. You can just pop the link and jump out if you want. Steven's got a normal feel to him. Someone like Prime is just so exhausting. I don't know, man. Prime's kind of fun. He's kind of fun. I get a lot of entertainment out of watching the I particularly enjoy, there's a podcast now that the Prime DJ DeVries. Have you guys seen this? Let me share. I want to share this. Anytime I talk about something I really enjoy, especially if it's other creator stuff, I always feel like I want to put people onto it. You guys probably already know about it. Their audiences are so big. It's called The Stand Up, and I think the podcast is on Spotify, but they record it live on stream. And it is so hilarious. It's the Primeagen, it's TJ DeVries, Casey Moratori, and I don't know who the third guy is. They call him Trash, but I'm not actually sure. I've not really seen his content other than on this show. It's really funny. It's really funny. It's really good. It's obviously super smart because they're all very smart, engineers. So if you're into that sort of thing here, I'll just link to. Maybe I can find it on Spotify. Spotify, the stand-up, the Primeagen. Super good. There it is. Look at that artwork. That's really funny. Here you guys go. I don't know if it's available on other platforms, but or like other places that people might listen to podcasts. I've just been watching them record it live, and it's been a lot of fun. That's the best thing about life. We get to do what we love. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I know a lot of people do things and live lives of quiet desperation because they have to, because of life circumstances. So that's why I never take for granted the fact that like I get to spend most of my days I get to spend with my family, doing things I love, interacting with people I enjoy, working on problems I find interesting. Yeah, very thankful for that. Mailman, I added the link to Discord. Also, I want your review. The review of Opus clips, you mean? Yeah, for sure. I can take a look. Hope you join our community too. Yeah, dude, I'll check it out. Yeah. For sure, for sure. Okay, we're not going to do part 2 today, so I'm not even going to look at that. What were we doing? We were refactoring to a grid package. That's what we were doing. Okay, so we want a new function called from. From is going to return a grid. We want to get this from a slice. So we'll say input. This will be a slice of strings. And then I think I also want a type called type position. Type position. And so a position has a column and a position has a row. And then a grid contains a map. So this would be positions. And positions is a map of should it be an interface? Probably the interface. Map of this to a string. That's how I'm going to represent a grid, I think. And then the type positions should have a method that allows me to get the current column of that position. And it should also have a method to get the row there. And then a grid should have a positions, which allows you to get the map of strings like this, I think is what I want to do. This is a little bit different than how I did it in the other AOC. And then let's copy some of the code from my solution. Oh, we also need, the other thing we need is we need direction, don't we? Or we need, I'm calling it a move is what I'm calling it. So let's take these, I'll put this in the grid package too. Okay, this is getting a little messy. This is where the C# developer in me is like, we need a class for every file. We need a class for every struct. We're putting too much in a single file. The panic sets in. I have a friend that used to put it on pizza. What did they put on pizza? Put mayo on pizza? No, thank you. I'm not a big fan of mayo in general. Okay, and these are going to be public now. And then I think I also want to expose all directions, maybe, or all moves, maybe. I don't know what I'm calling. I'm gonna call it all moves since. This is where a macro would be helpful. So we have our moves. It's good. I am going to turn this into another interface. I think this is very anti-Go. Like, using interfaces like this is very anti-Go, but I kind of like it, so I'm just going to do it. Because it's my code, no one can stop me. And the best part about it is, no one can stop me. And then I'm gonna make this a move interface like this. Why can't I do that? Cannot use up as move value in array or slice literal move does not implement. Oh, yep. So these all need to be private. Let me rename them. Number of rows. Number of columns. And then we're going to add a function. It's going to have a receiver of m. Type move, number of rows, and it's basically just going to be a getter for the private field. So return m dot number of rows, and we'll do the same thing for a number of columns. Oh my goodness, can I please figure this out? I do wish there was a little bit of type inference in Go. There's not much type inference in Go, and that's one of the things I really like about TypeScript is how good the type inference is. Cool. So now I just need to parse the grid, right? So let's actually let's try to organize this a little bit more. Let's put all the position stuff with the positions. Let's put all the grid stuff with the grid. Put all the move stuff down here. Let's also have, I guess, let's have a func from, or I guess we need to do new position like this. And I guess up here we'll need to do new grid. And then down here we'll do new position. And a new position needs, what does a new position need? A new position needs a column in a row. So return, oops. So position. That. It's going to complain because I don't have the members defined for it, I think. So we'll do func. Has a receiver type of position. This has a column. Turn p dot column. And then we'll do one for row too. Anyone here? I don't use Grammarly. Although, well, I guess I probably shouldn't say that. No, I don't use Grammarly. I don't use Grammarly. I don't do a ton of writing though, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I mean, I write a blog every once in a while, but I don't do a ton of writing. Filthy potato, what? Put prime on a pizza. What is Bugonia? What is that? Bugonia? What is that? Bugonia? Oh, it's a movie. Oh, this is with the guy that was in Breaking Bad. What's his name? Jesse Plemons? Plemons? Yeah. Emma Stone's in it too. Was it good? What did you think? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Don't spoil it, but thumbs up, thumbs down. Rotten Tomatoes gave it an 87%, so I mean that's gotta mean it's relatively good. Thumbs up. It's original. Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out. I love that actor, Jesse. I love that Jesse Plemons actor. He does a scene in this movie called Civil War that is like so good. It's so good. Like all of the acting he's done is so good. Joe, found your content a week ago. It's my first live. How everyone doing? Oh well, thanks for. I'm glad YouTube forced my content into your feed. I'm glad you found it, and also welcome to the live. Everyone, or I'm doing well. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm doing very well. We're actually in the process. We solved day 4, part 1 of Advent of Code, and now we're in the process of refactoring the solution that we use for representing and manipulating the grid. We're refactoring that into something that's reusable for future grid-related issues or problems that come up during Advent of Code. So that's what we're doing right now. But welcome to your first stream. Glad you're here. Okay, so this should be pretty straightforward now to build the grid. So we'll come down here to our code where we were doing all this, and we'll say we'll take all of that, but we don't need all the internal logic of it. And so what we'll do is we'll say, oh, whoops, we also need that other stuff, don't we? Main.go. Oops. If I can figure out how to navigate NeoVim. There we go. We don't need any of this stuff, right? This is all specific to that problem. We just need the loop. Bindu, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. So what we want to do is basically we want to build up our map, right? So we're going to have a map, and our map is going to consist of a map of position, and this is going to go to string, which is the values, and then we're going to say, okay, cool, Really awesome. We also need the position. So we're going to say position, or actually let's just shorthand it. We'll say new position, and the new position needs a row, and it needs a column, like that. And then we'll add this to our map. So we'll say positions, and the position will be the key, and the value will, or the value will be the value. And then we'll return a new grid with the positions field set to the positions we collected by going through it. Now it's complaining because this doesn't have the right methods yet, so we'll say function has a receiver of grid, and this has a positions value on it, and this will return g.positions. And this has a type of map, position string. And actually what we should do, so this is something that can trip you up in Go, is Go doesn't actually make a copy, right, of the whole map. So if we return the map out to the caller, we could potentially introduce some issues with them being able to screw with the internal positions of our grid. So what we should do is we should copy the map and hand it back, or at least that's what I'm gonna do, so that I avoid opening the door to mutating the positions that are held in the grid. So we're going to, what's the best way in Go to copy a map? I know I can just iterate over it, but is there like a helper utility that I can clone a map with? Go clone a map. Nope, we just have to deep copy. We just have to iterate over. For a concise approach, Go to want to introduce the maps.clone function package. This function returns a shallow clone of the map. Be aware that if your map contains complex data structures like slices or structs as values, those values will still be shared references in the cloned map. I don't think I want a shallow copy. I think I want a deep copy. So when we do this, we'll just make a new map. Again, we'll do positions, and this is going to be equal to a map, position string literal, and then we'll just loop over this for key value in g.positions. So this is the private field of the grid. We are going to loop over those, and we're going to say positions is k, and then we're going to, so k, well, k is a struct, so we can definitely assign the value because the value is just a string. But I think for the new, let's see, new position, we are going to do new position value dot, or sorry, k dot something. Why is that an invalid type? Is it because I'm using an interface? Whoops. Nope. It's because I need the range keyword. Key. So key dot column or row, and then key dot column. Now this is definitely another allocation. It does allocate more memory, but it saves me from people screwing with the internal map. Which is what I want. Okay, so now everyone's happy. So now we have our new grid method. Now the things we're doing inside the grid, right? So like if we go back to our main method, what we're basically doing here is we're walking our grid. right? Or we're accessing specific values, right? So I'm trying to think like what's the right way. What's the right way we could solve this problem with our new representation? With our grid representation? That's the question I think I'm trying to answer at the moment. It has a deep copy package. LOL, I don't know why it's not built in. Oh, it does. Go does have a deep copy package? Yeah, stuff like that should be built in, you know. Although C# doesn't have a great story for deep cloning objects either, you know. Like you can implement the iClonable, but then you have to implement it, you know. And there are third-party packages that do it for you, but I don't know. It just seems like those are the things that seem like they're such common problems that developers have to solve, and it only needs to be solved once, right? It just you don't need everyone solving that problem again and again in their own code base. So I'm not sure why stuff like that isn't in there out of the box. I'm sure the argument is like maintainability and simplicity and all those things, but still. Renell, not a movie for the kids though. Yeah, it didn't look like a movie for kids. Okay, so here in this solution, I'm iterating over the rows and the columns, right? And so I think what I want to do, I think I want to have, and this is what I've done in the past, this is what I did last year. I think off the grid, sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. I think off of the grid, I want to have a function that's something like walk. Yeah, something like walk. But walk is going to take a callback, right? So basically, instead of me having to always implement the same for loop where I walk through the columns and the rows, right? I think I want to just have a method that already does that walking of the grid. And the user can decide what they want to do at each row and column in value. Like, what do you want to do with this? What function do you want to call? In this case, in my solution for day 4, I basically want to give them access to the value, the row, and the column inside of the callback here, where they can execute arbitrary logic with those 3 values. I think is what I want to do. We'll see how this feels. I really should have committed the solution before I started refactoring. Yeah, let's do that. Before we start screwing with my solution, let's actually submit what actually solved the problem. This was not good. This was not good Git management on my part. So we git status. We can basically just add everything that's in CMD 04. Oops, git add CMD. Also, hold on. Have you guys seen this tool, Lazy Git? This thing is so awesome. Lazy Git's so cool. Pablo, copy an object and all its children. For the chat, what is a deep copy? Yeah, what Pablo said. Yeah. Basically, I can recursively create new instances of everything that's inside something else, right? Because that's where a lot of times you trip over it. Is like you'll have like a list that has a list that has a list or something like that, and you'll make a copy of the parent element or the parent list, or let's say the parent element that has a list that has a list, and then somebody will screw with the list and it will mutate it in the previous instance, right? In the original instance. and you're like, what the fuck happened? I made a copy. Well, you made a copy, but it was a shallow copy. Kind of like in JavaScript, this happens a lot with the spread operator, right? Because the spread operator is a shallow copy, but there's a new API, I think, in browsers. Pablo, correct me if I'm wrong. There's a new API now called structured clone that does a deep copy. Chuck, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. But most people, when they copy an object, let's say I have an object. You guys can't really see this, can you? That's so tiny. But most people, when they copy an object, they'll do something like, in Java, or at least in the JavaScript world, right? They'll have an object that looks like this with maybe a name. And then if they want a new copy of that object, they'll just do something like spread that object into this new object, right? But this is a shallow copy. So if you had something in here that was also complex, right? So let's say you have a job object, right? And that job has a title guy, right? Then when you do your spread, you're not actually getting a copy of this nested object, right? So if someone fucks with that job object in the new one, it fucks with it in the previous version. So now I think what they recommend is you to do a structured clone. Structured clone, I think, is the right API to use now if you need a deep copy. Filthy potato, C++, just do tilde, lol. Oh, I'm not from the C++ world, so I know nothing about it. But I do know that copying objects is one of those things that, like, you need to do quite a bit, and it seems like every language should have a way to do it, you know? Both a shallow and a deep, because I know there are you do pay a price, right? You do pay an allocation price. Filthy potato. I hate C++. I've never used it, so I can't speak to it. So let's do main and main test. We'll leave out all the grid stuff. So let's go ahead and commit this, and we'll say feature solve day, what is it, day 4, part 1. And then I want to stash the rest of this stuff. So let's do status. But I think I want to get checkout Stephen Freeborn refactor add grid package. And then we'll do git add git commit, let's see, feature whip on adding grid. And then let's go back to the solution. Your branch is ahead of I want to commit. Yep, it should be. Push that up, and then let's do git ghpr create. Oh, hold on, we haven't added our readme. Dude, word wrap sucks. Mason, CPP is good. Isn't that's like, that sums up programming and coding and technology in general. One person, I hate C++. The other person, C++ is good. That's literally the whole experience right there, summed up in Steven's chat. Let's see. Part 1 was by far the most straightforward challenge so far. And then let's format this with prettier. Wonderful. And then go back to NeoVim. Commit, secure, update README, push. I know I don't have to do all this branch management stuff, but I try to always do this, even on my own projects, just to try to build the habit, right? So much of the stuff I do is I work on it solo, but I don't want to get lazy habits so that when I work with other people or I'm doing things at work, I don't want those lazy habits to bleed through. So I try to practice good, good dev habits just all the time. You know what they say, you play like you practice type of thing. GHPR create, and then we'll do feature solve day 4 part 1. Submit that, and then GHPR merge. Okay, and then let's git check out the refactor. We should be fine, but just to be safe, I'm going to rebase this on main. Okay, everyone's happy. And we're back into the refactor. Although I haven't heard my family get up, which is kind of weird. It's almost 8. So it's 8 o'clock. Usually my family's up by now. Okay. So let's finish what we were doing with the grid. Uh-oh. What happened to NeoTree? Oh, you know what? I bet I completely screwed up NeoTree because of all the branch changing and whatnot. Yeah, I bet I completely screwed it up. Let's look at my task manager. I bet it. Yeah, some process was running up my memory. I'll guarantee something I did screwed with NeoVim. Look at that huge spike. Let's see, Control Shift T, open a new tab, put that back where it was. Filthy potato. It's Sunday. It is Sunday. Sunday is this is like the best time of the year for Sundays for me. I love American football so much. That's like my sport. And so I just heard footsteps. I manifested it. For those that are new here, I stream from my basement. So most mornings, I'll usually, especially on the weekends, I'll usually stream until I hear people up and moving upstairs, and then usually that's when I start to wrap things up. But that's the reason I say, oh, I hear footsteps. Filthy potato. There's a memory leak on that copy object you just made. Is there really? Okay. Well, help me fix it. Peter Pafu, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Peter. For example, part 1, problem 1, and so on. For part, how many different solutions there are, say, for a particular language. They are all different, follow different format. Yeah. So that every part or every problem has a different input, and then everybody's input is different. And from what I've seen, everybody sort of arrives at different solutions to the problem. There'll usually be a kind of a subset of solutions that people use to solve a particular problem. But yeah, there can be wildly different. Though my solution yesterday was wildly different than Pablo's. Yesterday meaning my day 3 part 2 solution was different than Pablo's, so that's pretty common. Filthy potato, just joking, but would be funny if there was. I mean, Hey, I'm only 37 days into my Go journey, so it's entirely possible I'm throwing memory leaks everywhere. But I don't think so. I think I'm just copying an object, so everyone should be happy. Okay, so we've got walk. Now walk is going to call is going to be a callback, right? So that's wrong, Copilot. That's wrong. So I've never done this before. So I think a callback needs to be a function. Copilot disable. Stop trying to help me. So this is going to be a function that has two integers, which is our row and our column, and then a value, which is going to be a string always. And that function is not going to return anything. Callback. So then what the walk function is going to do, the walk function is basically going to do the same thing. I'm starting to question my decision to represent this as positions. So maybe, okay. So actually, hold on. Let me back up before I add this. Let me add a length property, or let me add a row number and a column number, because I guess the one idea I did have was so row number, column number. It's going to be int. This is where the weird part of my brain gets so much pleasure. So much pleasure out of moving text around in a file. Can I get this to be just right, just how I want it, just so? Okay, yep. And then we'll come down here and we'll do func g grid has row number. I guess actually this really should be number of rows, shouldn't it? Because row numbers kind of confusing, isn't it? Row number of rows. Returns an int. This returns g dot row number. Number of columns. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. Just don't copy me, okay? Oh, you meant by different people. Is the input so different that the logic of the solution differs? No. Yeah, no, you should, theoretically, you should be able to take anybody's input and put it through your solution and get the answer. I think that's why they don't like you sharing inputs and whatnot. Yeah, gathering. Yeah, exactly. Gathering inputs not allowed. The only thing that can happen though is that sometimes some people's inputs have edge cases that yours don't. So like your solution might work for your input, but doesn't work for somebody else's because yours actually doesn't cover all of the edge cases completely. It just solves your specific set of inputs. That definitely can happen, from what I understand. Most people upload their solutions to GitHub. Yeah. Well, that's the fun part. I mean, they can't expect people not to do that, right? It's fun to see how, it's fun to show how you solve the problem. It's also fun to see how other people solve the problem. So like trying to police people from doing that seems kind of silly. Also, like that's how you grow the popularity of the event, I feel like, too, right? That's how you drive awareness and popularity of the event. Okay, so I'm gonna just try to use this grid implementation right quick. I'm also going to use my move implementation too. So let's delete this. And the first thing we're going to do is take our input and we're going to say, okay, we need a grid, and we're going to do grid.newGrid from the input. So we don't need these anymore. And so then the idea would be we can come down here and we can say grid dot number of rows, and then grid dot number of columns, and then the value actually would come from doing something like, yeah, I'm not sure this abstraction I created is really helpful. Or at least the way I've implemented it, I'm not sure it's super helpful. I guess we could have something like get value, right, where we pass in a grid dot position. But that just, I don't know, that doesn't seem, get value row column. I mean, I guess the one thing that this would help us do, yeah, I don't think it's that helpful. I don't know, I'm gonna have to think about this. How do I want to represent this grid? Well, we can definitely, hold on, we can definitely remove those though, because we definitely have grid dot all moves. There you go. And we can do move number of rows, move number of columns, like that. Yeah, we can definitely use that implementation. I think that helps clean up things a little bit. I'm kind of thinking, well, maybe what I really want, out of my grid is I just want my grid to have that walk function, and that's all I care about. I just care that the grid takes care of the looping over the rows and the columns, and I just pass in a callback and move on with my life. Maybe I don't need to represent this with a position. I'm going to think on this. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm going to think about this some more. Hello, Anonymous. Good to see you. There was an advent where someone complained about their input being bad, and when someone tested, there was one solution that could solve it, and the rest all failed at this one edge case. Yeah, exactly. See, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. You don't have a complete solution. But if you're only trying to solve it for your input, so be it, right? Hey, Brawl MMA. Man, it's been a long time since I've seen you in my chat. Have you ever tried chai? I have tried chai. Yeah, it's not bad. Why don't you use cursor? Let's see. Why don't I use cursor? I guess right now I'm doing advent of code, so I wouldn't want to use AI because that would kind of defeat the purpose of doing advent of code, really. And then the other reason I don't use cursor is because I don't want to. I don't know. because I like NeoVim, I like Copilot, I like Visual Studio. I don't see a need to use Cursor. Yeah. But if you enjoy using Cursor, I think that's wonderful, and I'm glad that you found a tool you really like and enjoy and get a lot of value from, and I want you to keep doing that, you know? All right, y'all. I think I've come to my conclusion of AOC for the day. I think I'm gonna go upstairs and check in on my family and hang out with them. I'll probably work on that other project that we fired up. I'll finish refactoring this grid before tomorrow, and get that merged in. And then the other project we started, what did we call it? Grounds for support. I'll probably work on this today. I haven't finished setting up the project, so I should probably go and do that. But I'm ready to take a break and go spend some time with my kiddos and my wife. So I'm gonna jump. Let's see. Normal wrap up. Rena, I don't want to. Yes, exactly. I don't want to, and if you don't pay my salary, you're probably not going to make me do what it is you want me to do. Milty, make sure to check out my project at some point. Oh, for sure I will. Yeah, man. I'll definitely go through Discord and just catch up on all the messages. I try to do that a couple times a day. All right. Normal wrap up for the 23 of you who have stuck with me till the very bitter end. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for being here. So first and foremost, if you want to hang out outside the stream, you can go to our Discord and submit an application and you'll get in. The application is just there to keep the trollers and the lazy spammers outside of the Discord, just to try to protect it as a nice place to be and hang out. If you want to come back and hang out on stream again, you can catch me live from 4:15 a.m. to 7 a.m. Central Standard Time most days of the week. On the weekends, like today, I'll usually go a little bit later until I hear my family's up and moving around, and then I'll usually hop off. So if you see me live, just stop in, say hi. If that's even if it's just to say, hey, Steven, hope you have a good day. I'd love to hear from you. And otherwise, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday, if it's Sunday for you. If it's already Monday, have a great Monday. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. And if not tomorrow morning, I'll hopefully see you in the comments of a video or a short. All right. Renee, you have a good day. Crow of Demise, sorry. I just saw you got here and I'm leaving. But good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Bye, Filthy Potato. We'll see you later. See you, Pablo. Have a good day, man. Good to see you. Good luck with the job, this coming week. I hope you kill it. You too, Filthy Potato. Have a good rest of your day as well. Melty, see you. Thanks for hanging out. I'll definitely check out your project. Thanks for sharing it. It takes a lot of courage to share the stuff you build, so I appreciate that, man. Who else? Anybody else here? Brawl MMA, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy using Cursor. All right, chat. That's it for me. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye, chat. See you guys. Have a good day.